Hello? 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 It's cold. I'm wearing a jacket inside. But hey, today is Pete. No, today's Pete. Pete is today's first. I can talk. How are y'all doing today? Also, Rod, so you didn't get first. No, you need to be quicker, as Pete said. Also, Gobi. Yeah, no, I didn't go to straight to stream this time. It was an accident last time, okay? It was an accident. Today is Pete. Today's Pete is first. Yeah. Also, Chris, how you doing? Yeah. So today we're back playing Ghostpia, which is a visual novel. I don't really do these types of things on stream, but I've started doing it a little bit, and I really enjoy it. So this is something we're gonna do every Thursday for the foreseeable future. I mean, at least until this game is done. At least until we're done with this game. But who knows? Maybe we can replace it with a different one. I just, you know, I usually tend to just stick to one game at a time, but then nowadays I have had too many games going on at the same time. So, and also I started playing Baldur's Gate 3 and Mama Kiri! Welcome in! And yeah, so it's like, I can't just be playing Baldur's Gate 3, so I need to switch it up a little bit and play some other games as well. And, yeah, so it's nice to have something, like some games that are completely different. Because some people might like one type of game, and other people might like a different type of game, and then some people will stay for one game and not a different one, but then others will be for that one, and another, you know what I mean. You know what I mean? This is like, it's nice to make different type of content, you know? You like my jacket? Thank you. It has pockets right like all the way up here. It's funny. But yeah, it's a good jacket. I like it. It's warm though, but that's the point. Me looking cozy, yeah. This is a wool blanket, so it's also really warm. Wait,
oh, Gobi, thank you for the 69 butts.
Gobi, thank you for the 69 butts. Wait, Pete, what is going on with my alerts? I don't know. I don't know what was going on with my alerts. They're like really lagging, I guess. Hey, Metalhead, how are you doing? Also, thank you so much, Pete, for gifting a sub to Mama Kiri. I appreciate it. No, wait. Oh, I thought you gifted a sub to... Wait, yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. I just read the other message before that, and it confused me. But thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the sub. Enjoy the sub, Mama Kiri. You can't hear or see anything. You're not on Wi-Fi, but out getting your nails done. But you want to say hi. Hi, Mama Kiri. Not that she can see either, but... But yeah, thank you so much, Pete. Having to wear a jacket inside. Well, it's not that cold. It's just I showered before stream and I tend to get really cold because of that as well. So it's more of a me thing. I feel most people wouldn't be that cold indoors right now. In my apartment either. It's just the combination of the colder weather and a little bit of a draft inside, and then me showering. I get really cold after that. It's like, it's really nice and warm for a little while right after, but then it gets the complete opposite. So it's a real hassle for me to shower, because I need to prepare that, oh, I'm gonna have to be cold for several hours now. So it's not fun. But yeah. Hey, Kaya! Hey, Kaya! Understandable. The cold goes right through you these days, and it's not even cold that cold there. Yeah. I don't know. That's weird. I used to be... I didn't used to be this cold before either. But now I get very easily cold. Imagine being Norwegian and cold. It's also... There's also a difference between the female body and the male body, you know? If you have a female body, it tends to be colder. You tend to freeze more easily, so that's just how it is as well. So I'm at a disadvantage there as well. It went above 0 degrees today where you are. Nice. The warmest that I've seen so far today has been -1. And that was like, oh damn, it's getting warm. Never thought I would say that, but it's like, oh, it's getting warm. You got the lost back. Use it as much as you need, Mama Kiri. You notice that as you get older, tend to get more cold. Well, the thing for me, it started when I started losing a lot of weight. Like not last year, but the year before. Obviously, I gained most of that back again, if not all of it. So, but yeah, I lost quite a bit of weight then, and that started making me colder. Before that, I was fine. But then it just, when I gained the weight back again, it's like I didn't get warm as I used to be before. So it's like, oh, I lost that forever now. Okay, well, not even that benefit, you know? I don't even have that benefit anymore. Oh well. It is what it is. All the blood going to the uterusless. Uterusless? Yeah. Useless. Useless. That's how it's supposed to be pronounced. Useless. Black Cats, how you doing? Okay. Getting head pat. Here we go. Yeah, today we're having a bit of a chill stream. Seeing as it is a visual novel, it's gonna be a lot of reading and stuff, so. But I really enjoy that. I enjoyed this game too. I like it. It's cozy. And also, there was one thing that I wanted to mention, but now I already forgot. I forgot. I didn't mean to, but it happens sometimes. So we can just get right into the game, I think. Yeah, we can do that. Just need to rearrange some stuff on my PC. Okay. Wait, why is the game showing up on the wrong monitor? That's weird. Oh. I need to change the game capture. Oh, damn, that was loud. That was really loud. Let's check the settings. Okay, so there is no setting for that. Because the game appeared on my drawing pad for some reason. That's weird. Yeah, so this game is about... basically there are people who live as ghosts in a town. And we don't know why. We don't know why they died or anything, but it's like... they lose track of all time and some of them want to escape, and they've attempted to escape once and didn't manage it. So we don't really know a whole lot about the story besides that. She's got the wrong face. Yes, for those of you who don't know, I post a bunch of my VODs and stuff on YouTube, most of them. And I posted part 1 on YouTube like earlier this week or something. Or last weekend. And the thumbnail, I just replaced the face with my own. Because the reason why I'm playing this game is, well, the main reason why I wanted to play it to begin with was because Pia is my actual name. Like, this seems fitting. And Chris here suggested that I could just switch out the face with my own. So yeah. It's kind of funny. And yeah, thank you, Pete. There's a link to all my socials. And if there's any like specific social media or whatever that you're looking for, I have one for each of the specific ones as well. But they're all gathered in one place. I'm the main character, yeah. Okay, ashes to ashes, poop to poop. That's the title. I ended the stream last time on well, we went to some one of our friends' houses, and it was supposed to be a welcome party. Yeah, that is also part of the story, that there is a new ghost that has arrived in town. We haven't met them yet, but they were arranging like a welcoming party, so that's where we are. She hasn't arrived yet, but that's what is about to happen. And apparently that's very rare, or it hasn't happened before that a new ghost has appeared. So let us get into it. Also, the music is very fun as well. Thank you for the lurk, Kaya. Also, if the music is too loud, or the sound is too loud, let me know, because I had to adjust it for Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know if this is any better or worse. Yeah. Anya? Got it. Yeah, so the door was probably knocking, if I remember correctly. Anya goes to the door in Pacifica stead. This is Pacifica, by the way. probably that client again. Just tell him I'm busy today. Gotcha. Anya slowly disappears down the hallway. So slowly that you can clearly see how annoyed she is. I'm gonna lower the sound a little bit. It just seems like it's loud. So what were you trying to say, Sayoko? Sayoko is the us person. I was just thinking about how amazing you are, Pacifica. Okay, thanks. But what do we do now? We gotta take that girl home somehow. What's she like? Well, I only caught a glimpse of her. They're talking about the new ghost. Suddenly... Anya shrieks at the front door. For a second, I think it's the police, but I just incapacitated them. And that sounded like a of annoyance or a disgust more than anything. I wonder what that's about. Hey, Anya, what's wrong? Oh, I'll be right there. Damn, son of a bitch. An exasperated Anya peeks into the living room. Hussy, you got a visitor. A small creature hops up from behind Anya. Or at least, that's what it looks like. It's obviously not an animal. Thanks for inviting me, even though you're so busy. Phew, what a lovely house you have. You weren't invited. The small creature is actually just a child. Well, I'm not exactly an adult myself, so am I a child too? I don't think I give off childish vibes though. Do people only see others as children if they think of themselves as adults? That's interesting. Is that true? See what I mean? Am I right? What evil have you ushered into my house? Pacifica furrows her eyebrows. This little girl couldn't possibly be that harmful, could she? Yeah, this is the first time we see this person. Oh wow, you must be the ninja everyone's talking about. It's a super honor to meet you in person. As soon as the girl notices me, she speaks up with the sparkles in her big round eyes. I probably am. Hi. Yeah, so apparently everyone calls us a ninja. And we don't really know why. It's a pleasure to meet you. She takes a few steps towards me. She then cutely removes her glove and reaches out for a handshake. There really shouldn't be anything cute about removing a glove, but somehow she pulls it off when she pulls it off. When I timidly reach out my hand, she giggles as she takes my hand in both of hers and firmly shakes it up and down. What's with the disgust? She seems like a polite young girl. That's exactly why. Say, Clara, shouldn't you introduce yourself? You're right. The girl named Clara hops back, straightens her posture, and looks me in the eye again. My name's Clara. I'm an apprentice nun at the church. Please bear with me as I learn. Ah, I understand now. So, there's a thing with the church in this game too, where they like the authority in the town. And I think they were the ones who started calling me a ninja for some reason. And apparently they have an issue with me, like the us character. So, I can see now why this is a sus character. I can see now. hurts and you're extra tired because you ran out of melatonin, which usually doesn't do much, but at least it helps a tiny bit. I'm sorry. Are you doing okay? You have a headache, but hope it goes away soon. Pete! Yeah. I hope it goes away soon. Suddenly I came back here. Web streaming cozy blanket usually helps you. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. And a bowl of soup. What type of soup? She bows her head. Not her upper body, just her head. An awkward gesture, for sure. But that awkwardness only adds to her cuteness. She's got a very cute face, but she doesn't seem to realize it herself. It looks like she's trying her best to please everyone in her own way. She's perfect because of her imperfections. I know what you mean. At least that's the impression I get from her. See? I'm sure you understand now, Sayoko. What? You see, this girl isn't clergy or anything, she's just a normal girl, but she's always around the church because she adores the priest. So you hate her because she's a church spy? That's about a third of the reason why, yes. She may look cute and innocent, and she's even modest and unaware of how cute she is. So she does cutesy kitty stuff every now and then. That's why everyone loves her. She's perfect. And because she's loved, her perseverance is unbending. She's so pure, it makes everyone love her all the more. Few people hate that kid. That's why she can't even tell if someone hates her or feels uncomfortable around her. And that just makes everyone around her love her more and more. So she's happy every day, and so is everyone around her. Now they just sound petty though. There's something blood-curdling about Pacifica and Anya's explanation. The way they're blocking the exit as they talk makes it feel like they're initiating me into some sort of cult. I suppose that's pretty much the opposite of what they're doing though. Everyone loves that kid. She's cute, cheerful, unbiased with her unconditional love, and she has an irresistible charm. I haven't done anything worthy of praise. I just want to be like the priest. Ah. She's got a very cute face, but she doesn't seem to realize it herself. It looks like she's trying her best to please everyone in her own way. She's perfect because of her imperfections. I take another look at the nun in training in front of me. Huh? She kind of pisses me off. I know, right? It seems we've come to an understanding. So basically, it boils down to how it makes one feel to see this perfect little girl living her perfect little life. Many people will probably think she's cute, but some won't. So you're projecting and using her as a scapegoat for your own inadequacy? You could say that. Well, I guess it is kind of creepy for everyone to like someone, so I guess that's natural. I won't deny it, but I won't apologize for it either. Okay, let's toss her into the fireplace. It's been a while since that thing's been useful. Oh no. Oh, Miss Anya, what a funny joke. Oh, come on. Damn it. Since when is awkward cute? If that's the case, why are you not crowned the cutest in the galaxy? You're the most awkward motherfuckers out there. Black Hats, I am also super awkward. But it's at best people find it endearing, but that's pretty much it. And it doesn't feel, well, I don't know. You like chicken soup yourself? I don't really have soup that often, but when I do, I usually make just veggie soup. You're really quiet outside of the internet? I feel that. It depends on who I talk to, though. Anya looks upward pleadingly, as if she's given up on everything. She then shuffles over to the sofa and collapses onto its soft fabric. Clara sees that and says, "Miss Anya, you're so funny," which only causes Anya to groan again. Well, anyway, what brings you all the way out here today? I got a bit of a hunch. Pacifica crosses her arms and gives Clara an ice-cold glare. But Clara just looks back at her without batting an eye. I can't believe it. Oh, right. It seems there's a misunderstanding about the new ghost in town, so... I had enough of that poopy priest's excuses. The priest isn't poopy. Poop isn't priesty. He's a priest. He's a poop. Priest. Poop. Proop. Priest? Priest. Poop. Priest. Poop. Okay, fine. He's not a priest. He's a poop. I get it. He's poop. I get it. Yeah, he's poop. What? Will you cut it out with the you poop? The priest is a wonderful man. I'm sure he has his reasons. I believe you'll understand one day, Miss Pacifica. What reason could he possibly have to label the new girl dangerous and lock her up? I just choked. He locked her up? Wait, hold on. Hold on. We actually have a counter for that. What's the counter again? Hold on. I think it's like... It hasn't happened in a while. I gasped, so I choked on my own spit. Petition to change that then and use this game as solid evidence in the court. You think it'll work? Your Honor, video game, rest my case. Exactly. That should be good enough. Don't die on stream. I'm trying not to. I'm really trying not to. Yeah, what reason could he possibly have to label the new girl dangerous and lock her up? I'm sure he cannot give any reason that people would understand right now. I believe he'll explain in full when the time comes. So why did you come here personally? I didn't want you to hate the priest, so I came here to come to his defense on his behalf. So you're saying the poop didn't send you here personally? You should have just said so sooner. I thought for sure the poop had entrusted you with some poopy message. No matter how much Pacifica makes fun of the priest, Clara's eyes never lose their shine. I can do nothing but shudder as I watch the conversation unfold. The priest delivers the word of God to us, and Clara wants to deliver the word of the priest to everyone. Anya. I heard you. Poop poop. Don't bother with the fireplace. The window will do. It saves us the trouble of cleaning up. You think so? I always thought that girls who pull the whole cutesy act deserve to die in a fire. Hey, this is the time to joke around. I'm not leaving until this misunderstanding is cleared up. I know that you will understand. Clara shuts her eyes as if completely pleased by her own words. She's acting like a ghost. As in the sort of incorporeal ghost that's tricky to deal with since any attacks face right through it. A troublesome specter that's always present and can never be interacted with. I see. Please leave. You can either leave through the door or the window. Your choice. No, I'm not leaving. Let's be friends, Miss Pacifica, Miss Anya, and Miss Ninja. Okay, look, I'm not a ninja, okay? I see you've chosen the window then. Pacifica lets out an exasperated sigh. I won't give in to fear. You're the ones who are afraid, but it's okay. Everything will be okay. God loves all his children after all. Pacifica? Amen. Pacifica grasped Clara by the shoulder. Oh, through the window, like as in through the glass and everything? Damn. Damn. Hey, Barry! It's the game I made? You know it? No. Not lighting you on fire, to be clear, just fire in general? I feel tired all of a sudden. Today's just the worst. Deal with Clara. Today's just the worst. What were her final words? Why would you say when you've been thrown out of a window? At least say eat or something. Guys probably like that part about her. The part, I mean. The wind's blowing in through the broken window, but none of us complain. We would rather invite the cold in than invite her. Oh damn. The decorations sway in the chill, invisible wind. Anya and Pacifica ignore it as they sit back on the sofa. I'm sorry you went through all of this for me. I sit directly on the floor a little bit away from them and lean against the wall. Warm air rises, so it's much colder near the floor than you'd expect. I hate myself for failing to find a better seating position. Having failed to accomplish their duty, the welcome party decorations look somehow cold. That poor new ghost. I hope for her sake that she's not the cutesy type. Don't worry about it. I'm not mad at you, Sayoko. I'm mad at the church. You know that, don't you? Well, yeah, but I was thinking I caused you a lot of trouble. I don't know the specifics, but I realize Pacifica's worked really hard. For my sake. So that she could make me a friend. Even if I stop being her friend? What's that supposed to mean? I didn't hear everything that the dummy Anya over here said, but it's not like we want to stop being friends with you or anything. We just wanted to do something for you, as a token of reconciliation. But physical objects quickly disappear, you know? So we wanted to give you a friend. It's like planning a surprise party. We've already gotten this far, so we might as well see this whole thing through, right? We didn't mean to trick you or anything, honest. Yeah, I understand. It's okay. Actually, I should be apologizing for all this trouble I've caused. Before I can finish that thought, I sink into silence. I'm cold. The heater's on, but that's like bailing out a sinking ship with a thimble. It's too cold for comfort. I feel that. Aren't you cold? Why not sit over here? Yeah, that's right. Pacifica and Anya scooch over and make some room for me in the middle. It should be much better than the floor. And we all might be warmer if we share body heat. I get up, stand in place, and hesitate for quite some time. In the end, I decline the offer. I tell them I'm going home since I'm tired today. Okay. Sorry about today. I'll plan a bunch of stuff and get it all prepped by tomorrow, so please come back once you wake up. I'll be waiting. Let's drink coffee again. Sure, okay. I'll see you tomorrow. Wait, let me walk you. I tell her she can just walk me to the entrance as we part ways. The moment the door closes, I can hear Anya's voice through the gap saying, maybe I should go home too. The sky's still dark. There's still ghosts coming and going around this time. Considering the whole commotion earlier, I should probably avoid Main Street. I walk stealthily, avoiding contact with others. I don't feel especially cold, since it was already pretty cold inside the room. He wanted to make a new friend for me. Yeah, so the reason why she... just getting to that house last time we streamed this game, there was a guy, a homeless dude, that was kind of being a bit too intense, so she had to defend herself to get away from him. It wasn't in that type of way, if that's what you're thinking. It was just I think he was being a little bit delusional about something. He wanted her to be his daughter and everything. So he wanted her to come with him so he could bring her home to his wife and everything, because they wanted children. And then when he wouldn't like let her go. Hey Pete. Yeah, she had to defend herself and get away, and then the police saw that she had attacked someone, so they started like threatening her and pointing guns at her and everything. So seeing as everyone calls her ninja, it was like she was kind of manifesting the powers of being a ninja, so she took them all out. So I think that's why she's trying to avoid the Main Street, because that's where the police were and tried to arrest her and everything. That's kind of sad. Yeah, it is kind of sad. Palm Pete Panda, there's a secret code in there somewhere that has the secret to making black cats go, but you don't know what it is. Why the 3 P's? Oh, you're talking about, well, I'm also one of the P's. Do I count as well? He was being creepy though. He was being creepy, but it wasn't like, you know, when you say what I just said, it was like you kind of, your mind goes to a specific place, and it wasn't in that way, but it was still creepy. Yeah, they wanted to make a new friend for me. That's what those two said. I feel like that's part of why I was so intrigued by the idea of a new ghost in town too. Anya, Pacifica, and I have ended up getting ourselves quite the reputation. A new ghost would be convenient as a friend, since she won't be aware of any of the town's history. She's equally distant from everyone, so if we get to her first, we're sure to get on her good side. That's probably what I've been subconsciously thinking. The subconscious is an amazing thing, huh? I think my subconscious is smarter than I am. I feel that. So in other words, their present matches my needs. Regardless of how they try to show it, they treat me like a friend. It truly does feel like a present. But if they want me to have a present, even I won't be their friend anymore. It doesn't really make me happy. Huh. I sigh. I want to be friends with them forever. I never really thought I needed a new friend. I'm satisfied just spending time with the 2 I have. But saying that would be like telling them, no thanks, I don't want your present. I don't want to do that. I feel like presents should make both the recipients and the giver happy. I mean, I've given presents myself before. Haven't I? Hopefully I have. I desperately search through my empty memory and arrive at my apartment before I know it. I'm home. Pacifica's house isn't that far away, but I feel like I've walked quite a distance. I wonder what happened to the elderly man and the police. Hopefully they don't come for revenge. No, I hope not. I don't want to be thrown and shot repeatedly as payback. Payback. That gives me an idea. Oh yeah. I figured out something I can do. Maybe I can pay them back somehow. I don't think I've really used my brain to think of something like that in a long time. I can't hold back a giggle. Just when they thought I was out. That's the cryptic thought that comes to mind. And as soon as it crosses my mind, I tumble down the stairs. But that doesn't stop me from thinking about how I can pay them back. Oh! Cute. You're the fourth or the first if you'd prefer, but I don't make you go. Not all the time, but just sometimes. I see how it is. It's the quality of your friends, not how many you have. True, true. Even later at night, when maybe 60 or 70% of the town's ghosts are asleep, a man stands in front of the entrance to the church, one of the biggest buildings in town alongside the station. He's not dressed in appropriate church attire, however. His oily face is covered in stubble. His gloves have spotty discoloration. His boots are tattered. You can tell his hat smells...
Gobi, thank you for the 69 butts.
Wait. Sarah. Hey, thank you for the 69 butts. How you doing, Sarah? Can we get a... Wait, also, can we get a shout out for Sarah and Pete? And Barry. I would do it.
Oh, Gobi, thank you for the 69 butts.
Pete! Thank you for the 69 butts. Hope you're doing well, Sarah. You can tell his hat smells just by looking at it. Oh no, not a smelly hat. I think that was all. I don't... Wait, no. Oh, wait. Has there been anyone else that we haven't shouted out yet? I don't remember. But yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for shouting them out. His gloves have spotty discoloration. His boots are tattered. You can tell his hat smells just by looking at it. Didn't we just read that? His protruding belly pushes against his coat, and the questionable stains on it. And most of all, he has a rifle. He's a watchman. A watchman. They're seen at the church from time to time. Oh, Rods as well. Yeah, we forgot about Rods as well. And Chris. Wait, we forgot about Chris too. Damn. Pretty much everyone who's been here today. You're distracted arguing with someone not naming names, though? Are you talking about one of your cats? No. Or are you talking about Pete? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But yeah, thank you. They're seen at the church from time to time. Whenever something happens, watchmen stand guard in front of the church. These men patrol the church with guns, clearly neither clergy or parishioner. The men don't know why they've been deployed. But the priest has ordered them to guard the church, so they guard the church, even if it's empty. The priest just has that much influence in this town. This particular man might look dumb, but his eyes are good enough that he doesn't need glasses, so he notices a boy approaching. Hey kid, no unauthorized access today. With great difficulty, the man tells the boy that access is restricted. But I would like to pray. Can't you make an exception? The boy shyly pleads with the man. No can do, sonny. Can't let nobody pass through. The man grips his rifle and thrusts it, threatening the boy. But the boy doesn't falter. The man can't read his facial expression since the boy's cap is covering his face. Ross didn't even come as an option tag. Are you sure he was here? He was, but if he's not here anymore, he won't show up as an option. I didn't say there wouldn't be anything in it for you. The boy speaks. Please take this. Pills? The boy holds out a tiny resealable bag with 3 white pills inside. They're top quality. What? Oh? The man hesitates. He takes a bit of time to reach an answer. Oh, fine. So you'll let me through? Just make it quick. The man clears the way. He figured that if the boy were a malicious intruder, he wouldn't try waltzing in through the front door. And perhaps another reason is that the man was already looking forward to enjoying those pills. And thus, my infiltration of the church is a success. Phew. Just like a ninja. Oh, so this is us, but just dressed as a boy, maybe? Didn't even think of that. Just like a ninja. That sigh must have broken my concentration. Because my disguise, a coat, mask, wig, and other things I picked up from the garbage dump, instantly disappear. So do the remaining mint-flavored tablets, even though I only took 3 of them to put into that bag. Just for formality's sake, I should apologize to the recycle shop for stealing the clothes and whatnot. It looks like it can carry fewer things than most other ghosts can. Though I guess maybe I've only forgotten that fact and I'm just now remembering it. But I don't have time to get lost in thought about it, like I usually do. Because I hear someone. Or rather, I hear and see someone at the same time. And just the sight of that someone alone is enough to make me sick. Oh, is it the priest? What brings you to the church this late at night? There stands the priest. Are you the priest? It'll be stupid to ask that, so I don't. This priest matches the priest in my vague memories, so this priest must be the priest. He reminds me of a long-dead lion. His swept-back hair looks like a mane. His eyes have the sharp glint of a carnivore. His voice is low like a growl, and he carries himself confidently, like a true king of beasts. Though he's more like a king of ghosts. This king, who appears to be around 30 years old, stands like a priest, with his hand held behind his back, as he talks to me gently. How strange. I believe we had already closed for worship today. When the priest moves, I smell the scent of dust and burnt-out candles. While I hate the church, I don't hate the smell. They let me in because I said I had some business here. I see. Rules are rules, and upholding the rules is a watchman's job, so I can't have a watchman helping someone break the rules. You must be reminded of the rules. Oh, did I say the word rules too much? Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. The priest laughs. I can't help but laugh too. What is this feeling? He looks at me with composure and magnanimity. This feeling. Yes, he's like God. I heard he got quite violent downtown today. And that's something about him that I hate. Why did you leave your room? As soon as the priest says that, his composure and magnanimity disappear. It's like a switch has been flipped. He's ready to take on the ninja that killed an elderly man and the police. Wait, she killed him? I didn't know she killed any of them. Or I guess we. Composure and magnanimity. That's two things I've stolen from him. I'm just a little bit happy. A friend suddenly came for a visit. I tell him the plain truth. I thought something like that would never happen again. I thought I'd sealed away the evil. The priest keeps staring at me. I don't think he intends to take his eyes off me for a moment, not even to blink. And at the same time, it's like he's looking through me, and back to that day. I wish I could see it too. I wish I could reclaim my past. There's something scary about the existence of an unfamiliar me. You've changed quite a bit since the last time I saw you. For a moment, I didn't recognize you. But I surmised if anyone was going to pay us a visit, it would be you. My chest hurts. Like a tooth cavity. Like a long, drawn-out pain that'll deprive me of sleep. So that must explain why Pacifica and Anya seemed hesitant to get in touch with me. I've changed. And probably not for the better. Those two are nice, so they won't talk about it. I didn't notice. Those two have been watching over me, and the current me has just been taking advantage of their kindness. The me that those two talk about is just my empty shell. They embrace that shell, put on smiles, and explain things that should be common knowledge. Ah, this pain. Is it my heart? I heard someone say that the heart has no sense of pain, but that can't be right. Also, do you see the missile in the stained glass? Is that like the god that they worship? Because that one makes sense, because I in the town square, there's a huge missile in the ground like that, with all of their names etched into it. So I assume that that is what killed everyone, and kind of causes everything to be in like a limbo in a way. But I don't understand why they would worship it. I mean, it was probably the cause of why everything is the way it is, but I wouldn't say that it's worthy of worship, maybe. But yeah, we're getting an ad now. We're getting an ad. It's because you all think about rods 24/7. Wait, oh, rods didn't even come up as an option tag. Are you sure you was? Oh yeah. You can see who is here, and you can see who is here, and you could tag someone here. You think it's actually because he was here before you were, so in your Twitch's chats. Brain, he didn't chat, so he wasn't here, because you can't tag people that are lurking but haven't chatted unless you fully type out their name, but that could also just be just a mobile thing. Yeah, but I mean, if they've left and they're not lurking anymore, I don't think you can tag them. I think you have to type out the whole name then. Even if they have been here before and chatted before in this stream. But hi, Veld! How are you doing, Veld? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing Veld. Having an ad break with this ominous music. It's fine, just an ear infection this time? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean this time? Yeah, I'm sorry, that really sucks. That sounds painful. Let's see. Seeing as we already have an ad break anyway. During ad breaks, I tend to just check Discord and everything. I tend to check Discord or if I have any notifications. There's always something that hurts on your body. Might as well be your ear for a change. Oh, that just sounds sad. We would take no pain, thank you very much. I say on your behalf. You know, maybe it works. You never know. Velden Ring? Velden Ring. Yeah, that sounds like a good name. Velden Ring. Okay, I'm all caught up now. I am all caught up now. You get used to it, but ear pain is probably the worst of any of the pains you usually get. Yeah, anything that is like part of the head. There are two types of pain that are the worst in my opinion. That is anything that is with the head, if you have a migraine or anything, like a really, really bad one. But ear is also like, it's part of the head, so it's like, I can imagine that is probably not any better. And also a stomach ache, like a really, really bad stomach ache. Because it's such a huge part of your body. And the head is such an integral part of your body, like you can't function at all if your head hurts. And your stomach is like, it's connected to everything. So if your stomach hurts too much, you can't really do anything either, because you just have to lie there in pain. Luckily the ears aren't hurting quite as often. You don't know how to explain it properly because you're assuming it's but you're assuming it's a mobile thing, because you could do that, what I just explained, but with someone who left but not Ron's, because they chatted while you were here. Mobile is weird. Even mobile my secret videos. Well, thank you, Black Cats. Yeah, I don't know. I never really use mobile to like tag people. I just lurk when I use mobile. I don't really chat too much if I'm watching a stream on mobile. All pain is pretty poop. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Tooth pain is hands down the worst. Tooth pain is also really bad. Yeah, that is true. I never really experienced it without it being when when you eat something and you just end up using a tooth that you have a cavity in or something. But it's not like, I never really experienced a toothache that has been like a non-stop thing. Most pain serves some kind of purpose though. That is true. Prison and ever jail for you. Okay, we're back from the ads though. Ah, this pain. It's in my heart. I heard someone say that the heart has no sense of pain, but that can't be right. But something has to hurt me for to feel this pain. Something has to hurt for me to feel this pain. Where is the pain? I can't tell where it is. I can't heal it. I hate this. The new ghost is here, right? Give her back. I speak in a firmer tone. I want to get out of here as soon as possible. Give her back? But she's not yours, and you never had her. She's dangerous. Maybe even more dangerous than you. I need her. For what purpose? My friends need her in order to help me, so I want to help them get her. It's a strange thing to say, I know. Maybe I'm broken, but this is the answer I've come up with. So please don't interfere. I see. The priest says in exasperation. He's probably stopped trying to understand where I'm coming from. I cannot allow you to take her. She's a witch, a disruptor of the town's peace. I must steal her away. Peace. What is peace? We're ghosts. We don't die if we're killed. Does peace even exist for us? If so, then isn't every ghost already forcibly sealed away inside of this so-called peace? God is testing us. Until the day we earn his mercy, I must guide the townspeople to protect the peace and live modest lives. That is my purpose. The priest looks at me arrogantly with his hand still held behind his back. He may be cautious of me, but he's calm. He has people to support him. He has a purpose to live for each day. He has a fulfilling life. I can't lose to someone like that. When we earn his mercy, he will lead us to paradise. By spreading his word to one more person, we can live better lives. And I intend to hold out until that time. Each sin cleansed is another step towards paradise. Even someone as empty as me can realize that. And so I pour all of my nothingness into it. That's unacceptable. Something lights up in my empty self. I flash back to Pacifica's room with a broken window for just a moment. I don't know who I heard it from, but someone once said that people respond better to anecdotes than logic. That's why smart people use tall tales to garner respect and amass fortunes. No idea when or where I heard that. As always, how annoying. That's probably what inspires me to talk back, interrupting the priest. You can't sway me with a tall tale like that. I say probably because it doesn't really feel like I'm the one who said it. It's not a tall tale. It's the truth. All of it. I'm not just some suggestible little girl. But you can be, as long as that is what God so desires. How long will you make this out to be God's fault? Do you hate this place that much? Just give it up already. There's no escape. Surprisingly enough, I laugh. A laugh that's a mess of... a laugh that is a mess of different human emotions. Now that I think about it, people laugh all the time. Whether they're happy, mad, or sad. But it's a different sort of laugh. That's probably why it's appropriate to laugh in just about any sort of situation. Except a funeral, I would say. Don't laugh at a funeral. Who am I, anyway? Who's this girl who's talking? Some organ inside my body feels like it's been set on fire. And that fire is setting me in motion. The magma-like heat boils my blood and circulates through my body. Even my head becomes a red-hot lump of heat, lighting up every last nook and cranny of my thought process. Silence! The priest brings his hands forward. away from his back, revealing an automatic pistol, which he points at me. Just as I suspected, I suppose. You're evil. A demon. Sorry, but there's no demons here. Just ghosts. It's ridiculous that you pretend we're all alive when we're already dead. Our souls are alive. I'm going to shoot you. You'll revive. Lives and souls be damned. It's just a universal rule. The same thing that happens to objects happen to us. I'm not motivated by something more precious. No, I'm motivated by something more precious. The likes of you could never understand how I feel. The priest has completely lost his composure, his magnanimity, and his high horse. He's no longer a lion, just a man. He's just a man, which is why he must rely on a gun. A god wouldn't need a gun. I feel good, satisfied. Perhaps this is how it feels to rob someone of something truly precious to them. I won't be silent. What I have to say concerns you too. Come on. Don't give up in this cold, dark place. Just... silence. Please. Don't say the same things she did. I feel a hint of compassion for the priest as I conclude with this final question. How long will you keep waiting? And for whom? I don't understand the words coming out of my mouth. But I do know that they're the last words that should come out of my mouth. Why? I don't know why, no. Hopefully someone does. I'll kill you. I see the priest pull the trigger in slow motion. But once I see it, my attention is drawn behind me. Father. Back towards the door I came in. The door opens, and in comes the man I had slipped past earlier, his rifle drawn. The man instantly processes the situation, and, Ninja, how dare you fool me? Die. Saying that, he pulls the trigger. But it's already too late. I'd already pulled a pistol out of my coat and aimed it at his brow. At this point, I'm not even questioning my lightning-fast movements. I think of what I want to do, and do it. It's so natural. I've come to accept this unfamiliar me. Accursed ninja. The priest fires without hesitation. He probably realizes that now that now that the man's here, chaos and destruction in the church will be unavoidable. But his aim is off, so there's no need for me to even move from this spot. Ow. I guess I miscalculated a little. Hey, Garvin, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Your white blood cells attack themselves thinking they are a virus or other bad cells, but they're not. So it causes the inflammation and eats away the healthy cartilage, which just makes you think the poor white blood cells are probably like, no, dude, I'm one of you, stop. And the other ones are like, no, you're wearing a disguise, get over here. No. Then they die and see they were wrong, but they're like an incompetent cop that just makes the same mistake over and over, refusing to believe they're wrong. Oh. I'm sorry. But you're good, you're good. Thank you. What about me? I'm glad you're doing good though. I'm doing pretty good. I've been really tired today. I don't know why, but I have. But doing good though. Are you Norwegian by any chance, by the way? And that's definitely what happens. You won't hear any other explanation from these doctors or whatever. You are Norwegian? Nice, nice. Well, we are quite a few. Well, I wouldn't say that the majority isn't Norwegian, but there are quite a few. Ramen sounds Norwegian for sure, yeah. I mean, it could have been Swedish or Danish as well. I believe it's written the same way. You refuse to believe I am as well? Why is that? Must be the Norwegian tag being... Could be either the tag or that... sometimes my stream gets suggested to other people in the same region. Or not region, but in the same country. So I think quite a few people have come in here from like the front page. The accent? Well, I am Norwegian. Born and raised. It's okay, this is what you've decided is that happening and it makes it funnier to you. Hey, Shane! Speak Norwegian. No, you know... The thing is, a lot of Norwegians tend to come in here and try to guess where I'm from based on my dialect, and I don't want that. So I'm not just gonna talk Norwegian. I'm not gonna speak Norwegian just because of that. But hey, Shane, I hope you're doing well. But hey, I mean, now that Pete redeemed that, I can do it. But hey, as long as you don't try to guess where I'm from, otherwise people will... I have mods that will delete your messages if you do. Even if you guess wrong. Most people guess wrong, but... okay, so this is me and definitely American, no way I'm Norwegian. Just use a different... But I'm terrible at imitating dialects. Dette med definitivt amerikansk. Det ikke noe sjans for at det norsk. Nei. Even better, much harder to guess. That is true. That is true. But yeah, what do you want? The priest yells. I think to myself, how should I know? But I answer. I said so at the start, didn't I? I leap off of the ground, quickly closing the distance between me and the priest. The priest seems to be quite the skilled marksman, but it's nothing I can't dodge. So I take the gun I stole from the police officer and thrust it at his brow. I'm here to see the girl. I close my eyes. Bang. The sound of a gun. Thud. The sound of something human-sized collapsing onto the ground. The sound of blood roars in my ears. Who's there? But I can still pick up the soft sound of footsteps. Ah. A perfectly cute voice. One that I remember. It looks like something's in the darkness of the pews. A thunk. I hear some sort of machine starting up. After a moment's delay, a siren starts to roar. Someone must have pulled a fire alarm or something. I'm sure the police and the priest's followers will come rushing in soon. Clara, stop the alarm. Right, if someone's in the church, it's probably her. I open my eyes. But from the darkness, I can hear a feeble voice protest. You want to be my friend, don't you? But she sounds hesitant. Stop it. I aim in the general direction of where she's hiding and fire. I didn't hit, but that's fine. The sound stops. I know that this sort of alarm can be switched off manually. I step towards the darkness. It doesn't look like she's going to run away. Or maybe she can't. I step up next to Clara as she desperately tries to keep standing on her shaking legs. Miss Sayoko, please apologize. I'm sure everyone will forgive you if you step down now. It'll be fine. I'm sure everything will be fine. Lead the way. Let me help you, Miss Sayoko. I made a flower out of paper. You can have it. That offer is somewhat attractive, actually. I imagine myself apologizing and everyone forgiving me and loving me like they love Clara. But then Pacifica and Anya would hate me, so no thanks. I refuse. I said lead the way, poophead. Oh damn, she punched her. I strike Clara in the face, making a proper fist with my hand, of course. Clara flies back about half a meter. Her nose bleeding, she places her hand on the ground, trying to get up but fails. She looks confused. She hasn't realized that she's been roughed up a bit. But she's not crying. She's just got a bewildered look on her face. She still doesn't realize what's going on. And that irritates me. I hate you. But I might come to like you. Lead the way unless you want me to hit you again. I spit out those words. To be honest, I don't hate her enough that I want to hit her. Clara silently gets up without wiping her bloody nose. With a delicate, truly ghostly voice, she says, "This way." And she leads the way. You respect the wish for a bit of privacy? Yeah, it's like, I mean, I do have a redeem for it, so I speak Norwegian and stuff. But it's just, and also it's not really that big of an issue when it comes to other Norwegians, guessing where I'm from, or like knowing where I'm from. That's why I don't want them to say it out loud. Because I know Norwegians don't really care about doxing and stuff as much. But it's more like other people. It's weird because I actually trust Norwegians more when it comes to those types of things, that type of information. Because Norwegians don't really care about it that much, generally speaking. It's more everyone else that I don't personally know, or like that I don't know very well, that I don't want to share that information with. Had a few people that didn't want to respect wishes for no reason. It's appreciate when people are. Yeah, it is. You gonna lurk, Shane? I appreciate the lurk. And she leads the way. Let's be friends once this is all over. Clara doesn't respond. This is probably my first time walking around the place. It feels kind of strange and creepy. It's like I've got motion sickness. The church is a big, conspicuous building, so I'm used to seeing it from the outside. I guess what's so off-putting is the contrast between how much I think I know of the building versus how little I actually know about it. It should be so obvious though. I mean, it shouldn't come as a surprise to know that a box contains things, right? Come to think of it, I know even less about myself than I previously did. I keep surprising myself again and again. It feels like I'm not even me. But looking at things objectively, maybe this is the real me. However, there's no way for me to know for sure. For some reason, I'm exhausted. I can't concentrate. That's not good. The gun I'm pointing at Clara feels so heavy. It's tiring to go up all these stairs. How many floors does this building have? 4. We're on the 3rd floor. It seems like this central staircase is the only staircase connecting all the floors, which severely narrows down the available escape routes. Looks like Clara's nose stopped bleeding as we were talking. We quickly advanced forward. I've already given up my memorizing a way back. Neither of us say a word. Hey Cinda, how are you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I hope you do too. We're here. Not that she would say it in that tone of voice. Clara speaks plainly as she stands by the door. She looks like a robot who's almost, but not quite human. Her current mental state must be like what mine normally is. There's not that much of a height difference between me and Clara. Her hair is the same length as mine too, even though it's a different texture. If I usually look like she does now, I must really come off as a weirdo. You go in first. I think a lot of different things, but that's what I end up saying. Okay. Clara opens the door. She then puts her hands together and bows. After a moment's delay, I realize that it's out of deference to me. Pardon the intrusion. Warmth flows in through the doorway. The heating must be on. Someone's in there. The someone I came here to see. Pardon the intrusion. I can't help but say that now that Clara said it. Something akin to dread suddenly overcomes me. After all, despite all I've done to come see her, there's no guarantee that she'll see me in a positive light. Who will she trust more? The church that can find her, or the girl who comes barging in with a gun and a hostage? I'm curious to find out, but I've got no idea what to expect. What if she's completely unlikable? I don't know if I could get along with her then. Or maybe I should be worrying about me being the completely unlikable one. I hear a voice. An unfamiliar voice. The voice of the new girl. I suddenly cast my eyes down. We have a visitor. You must be cold. Come in. Don't be a stranger. Yes, you in the back too. I look up by reflex. In a single moment, I think about a lot of things. And in a single moment, I forget them. Like a sort of flashback. By the time I realize that this is what anxiety feels like, I can already see the girl. I intended to be more mentally prepared when I first met her, but things have been a bit, shall we say, sudden. I'm so nervous. My eyes are blurring. In my blurred vision, I feel like I can see many different things. Like rain. That's the new girl. But you good? You gonna play some Magic with friends soon? Nice. Nice. Welcome back, Kaya. The post office thinks they found the package with your pictures. Hard to explain why in just a few sentences, why they only think they did, but Rob's picking you up right now and you're going down to check. Ooh, I hope they do have it though. I hope it is your package. I hope it is your package. Like rain, school, or summer heat, or laughing with someone. And like a dream, they all suddenly come to mind and disappear as suddenly as they came. But why? The fearful me is already the usual me. I remember how comfortable being fearful can be. Congratulations. She looks at me. Meet the town's rumored newcomer. Nice. Yeah, she looks at me. At the very least, she's smiling. Sorry to keep you waiting. I give an odd reply, perhaps due to the tension. Why would I say sorry to keep you waiting in response to congratulations? But just for a second, it seemed like the proper thing to say. I just don't get it anymore. That might explain why I'm smiling. Maybe it's totally unrelated. I don't know. Either way, we both smile. I'm no longer afraid. I stared at her for a second. She's got big eyes, round girly cheeks, and a smile that makes you happy just by looking at it. I feel like I came here to check on something, but I've forgotten what exactly. What's your name? I tend to take her back with me as soon as I learn her name. That's an interesting sentence. My name is yet to be determined. Yet to be determined. Once I say it myself, I realize she's saying she doesn't have a name. Not that that is her name. I'm a little slow on the uptake when it comes to things like that. Ah, jeez. I don't know how ghosts get their names. Do they keep their names from before becoming ghosts, or do they get new ones? No idea. So, hey, are you two free right now? No, I'm not free right now, but I'm trying to free you. Please run away with me right now. Oh, good. Miss Yet-to-Be smiles, a carefree smile. I can tell just by looking at her that she's genuinely pleased. Honestly, I think that's a nice treat to have. And why don't we eat some ham together? It's delicious, you know. You too, Clara. Unfortunately, it seems the new girl's not a good listener. This is plain bad. But I don't repeat myself. After all, there's no use talking to someone who doesn't listen. Can we go after we eat? I shift gears instead. We have to run quick, right? Let's eat fast so we can run fast, okay? Okay. Okay. It's not that she's not listening. This person listens and ignores. That's right. She's the type of person who's tiring to talk to. Does she even understand that she's being held captive? Or why I'm here? Okay, I get it. Let's eat. There were no rifle shots. Just a few pistol shots. The alarm got shut off quickly. We went straight to this room. I made sure that Clara didn't take a roundabout route to buy time. Backup will probably be here before long. But it's not here now. Obviously, you let us know when you get back. Good, good. There are many worries in this world, but I know that very few of those worries will actually come true. Clara. Yes? Eat. Like your life depends on it. If I do, will you surrender? She says something stupid, so I pistol whip her with a thud. I didn't have to think about accidental discharge since the gun's actually already out of bullets. I'll think about it. Now hurry. Okay. Fresh blood flows out of Clara's nose. Ta-da! On the table is a bone-in ham. Its smoky scent can be smelled from steps away. And most of all, its size is overwhelming. Meat is a precious commodity in this town. You would think it will make sense for ham to be in this town since it's literally dead meat. But despite the fact that you can find freeze-dried, canned, and frozen meats everywhere, you'll rarely see meat as meaty as this. Pacifica lives in such a nice house, and yet I doubt even she could buy something like this. It's too big for me to eat by myself, so I'm glad you two came along. How did you get this? A man gave it to me. Well, that doesn't sound sus at all. Some random man giving you meat. That sounds so wrong. The priest? Oh, so that's who he was. That's kind of funny. As we sit down at the table, I keep my gun thrust at Clara. Miss Yet-to-be doesn't even address the elephant gun in the room. I don't know if she's ignoring it or if she just thinks it is what it is. Hey, Blues, how you doing? Pause? Why do I need to pause? But how you doing? Welcome back. Everyone's got their quirk. Maybe if you figure out someone's quirk, you can figure them out. But I guess for some people, their quirk is being quirkless. Clara clearly has no appetite for the feast before her. Neither do I, but at this rate, the ham's not going anywhere. That's what you say after something that sounds dirty? Oh. I see. Yeah, well, that it is what it is. Hey, Wee! How you doing, Wee? Be alright? That's good. I'm also doing pretty alright. I'm tired though, but what else is new? Tired and cold. And so, you eat quickly. I'll put the gun down. We shall eat then. Clara reaches for the knife to cut the ham. She awkwardly cuts the ham and starts sculpting it down like a garbage truck. Oh, you got such a good appetite. Miss Yet-to-be cheers and pours a bottle into a glass. Let's dig in. This image of them eating and this whole thing going on was like how they introduced this chapter, like chapter 2. So it's funny to see the context of the image from the beginning. Let's dig in. I start eating the ham too. Yep, let's do that. This image right here. Miss Yet-to-be starts eating as well. Ham is a luxury food, and already delicious on its own. There's a certain something that spices it up all the more. For once, I was able to find the answer after just a little bit of thinking. It's already bedtime outside. Morning is near. A human might call this a late-night snack. A meal outside of proper mealtime. I just remember that midnight snacks are especially yummy, but I'm sure I'll just forget again soon enough. I feel that something like this has happened before, but unfortunately I can't remember. Whew. Once I finally managed to swallow an overly thick slice of ham, I let out a big sigh. We finished half of the ham. I'm concentrating. That's a rare occurrence for me. Tonight's just full of rare occurrences. We're eating ham. There's a ham on the table as big as my head. And we're eating it with such gusto in order to escape quickly. The world is silent and save for the clattering of tableware, chewing of ham, and the occasional crackling of firewood. It's almost as if everything outside this room has been annihilated, and the world exists only for us to eat ham. And when I say us, I mean me. Miss Yet to Be, determined. And a crying Clara with a bloody nose. She's the one eating the most. The situation is very much like a dream. The softness of the high pile rug seems to numb my senses. It's like a dream. Drunk midnight snacks are even yummier. Why does that wine look like ketchup? I don't know. I have no idea. Why does everyone look like they were? Well, they've been fighting. They've been fighting. It's hard to explain. I don't know how to begin to explain everything. And we're only in chapter 2. It's like a dream. I ponder that thought again. The situation we're in is indeed like a dream. But is that a good thing? At least that's what I think to myself as I prod Clara's temple with my gun. Eventually we finish off the gigantic ham. That was delicious. Miss Yet to Be strokes her belly in satisfaction while I tried my best to keep myself from throwing up. Clara's probably in the same boat too. You see, Miss Yet to Be quickly got full and excused herself. Afterwards, she watched us eat and said things like, "You two can really eat well, and is it good?" So Clara and I ended up finishing off the majority of the ham. Now then. Miss Yet to Be steps up from her chair and slaps her hands together. Ring! The stopped alarm starts ringing once again. Please wait here. Clara, if you run away, I'll kill you 9,999 times. I run out of the room and check what's happening outside. I don't sense anyone on this floor. And yet they're sitting around eating together like a semi-happy... Well, the one in the middle that was crying, she was a hostage. Because we came here to rescue the one with the blue hair. Because she is kept as a hostage. So we brought in a hostage to free the hostage. You would trust no one at the dinner table after they smacked you around, especially with silverware? The priest's corpse must have been spotted by now, and it should be clear that I'm the one who killed him. I think to myself, if I were the backup forces, I'd gradually go up the stairs to corner me. There's no time. I rush back to the room and take Clara and the new girl. Oh, my suitcase. Miss Yet to Be says that thing as we're about to leave. No, it'll just hold us back. I'm in a tight spot here. There's no guarantee that I can protect her and her baggage. Can we come back for it later? I decide to lie. We can come back for it at any time. Okay then. Just a little white lie. It's nothing. A gunshot rings out from a lower floor. It must have found the corpse. After that first shot, several follow after it. Then I hear something break. Sounds like they've got shotguns. That's no good. I guess they must have mistaken something for me. They ought to keep a cooler head. But that just goes to show how much they fear the ninja. Good. Excellent. If you people want me to be a ninja, then I'll play the part. Being bloodthirsty is simple. It's kinda nice, actually. Makes you painfully aware that we're dead. The gunshot stops. The gunshots stop. I hear men's voices. They must be arguing. Maybe they're pretending to clear the area, but I think they should keep it quiet. It sounds pretty dangerous down there. Miss Yet to Be murmurs. Don't worry. I continue. We're going up. If we can't go down, then our only option is to go up. I'll show you the ninja's true potential. Miss Yet to Be leads the way as I threaten Clara to keep going up the stairs. Oof. Clara tumbles. Probably not on purpose. Her nose starts to bleed yet again. Maybe she plans to die from nasal blood loss. Over here, the 4th floor. But as a result, our pursuers have spotted us. I pick up one girl in each arm and dash up the stairs. I leap through the first door I see without hesitation. They don't chase after us immediately. Maybe they want to be sure they can overwhelm me. Or maybe they thinking they just need to block the center staircase to corner the rat. That's an extremely logical thought. As long as you don't expect the rat to go even higher. What is this room? It's the priest's room. I see. What a lonely little room. Just a big desk and a full-length window. Actually, I guess since there are several lonely little rooms, they're not so lonely or little when put together. I stare out the window. Things don't look so bad outside. In fact, it looks better than I expected. I feel kind of pumped up. I'm sure I can pull off what I'm about to attempt. Miss Yet to Be gleefully cheers as she jumps onto the soft desk chair. Well, whatever. I got an idea. Stand here. I place my hand on Clara's shoulder. There's not much of a height difference between us, so our faces are close. I look closely at her face. I'm sorry, Clara. Miss Ninja? You must be cold. Here, you can wear my coat. She's trying to trick them. Making her seem like her. Also, look at this little dude. Oh, he just left. He just wanted a little bit of a cuddle before leaving. He's a floof butt. Yeah. He's been sleeping next to me the entire stream. All since before I started streaming. But he was outside of the view of the camera. I take off my coat and I'm instantly reminded of just how cold this town can be. Now then. Hey, what's the plan? How do we escape? I don't have time to answer, Miss Yet to Be. Any last words? I ask Clara as I hide under the shadow of the desk. With my gun still trained on her, of course. I don't take my eyes off of her. Clara tries to speak, but she just fidgets and fails to say anything in the end. Time sluggishly crawls on. Miss Yet to Be looks at me with concern. I want to give her some reassuring words, but what comes out of my mouth is anything but trustworthy. Everything will be okay. By the time I say that, the faraway footsteps are already upon us. There's already somewhere between 6 and 8 men on the other side of the door. And they must be armed with rifles or other guns. Any last words? I swivel my head to face in my direction. I'm sorry, but now we're playing on the same field. No, it wasn't me who swiveled her head. It's just Clara, just like me, and with a hairstyle similar to mine. But the resemblance is uncanny. Yeah, except she's blonde. I'm sure we'll meet again. Maybe we can be friends then. She does look like me. I hope you'll understand one day. You. What's she going to say? You crazy? You have no morals? That don't make sense. I've studied human rights, not ghost rights. Slam. They kicked the door in. I do have last words. Clara speaks. Poophead. What's that supposed to mean? I laugh. I don't think I could do anything but laugh. I guess maybe Clara really does understand after all. I hide my head under the shade of the desk. I firmly push down Miss Yet-to-Be's head so that it doesn't come back up. Guns. Gunshots. Not only can they take out your eardrums, they could very well take out your whole ears too. Oh, I know what this is. The substitution jutsu. You are correct. I suppose this is the reality, according to those muscle-bound idiots. To be or yet to be, that's the question. Yeah, when she was asked what her name was, she just said, "That is yet to be determined." And then she was joking, "Yet to be," and then D, and then termined as a last name. That's why she just calls her Yet to Be. Yeah, I suppose this is the reality according to those muscle-bound idiots. The intruder kills the priest, runs up to the top floor, but once they corner her, she stands dumbfounded in the dread of death. The men shoot me to death with their guns. Eventually, the priest will return from the garbage dump and praise the men, maybe even reward them somehow. The dread of death? Please. This is why you guys are someone else's subordinates. We're ghosts, remember? Well, in any case, they must fear death themselves. Which is why they shot at me. They must have heard the stories of me being a ninja. And to hide their fear, they shot at me with an unreasonable amount of bullets. It all happens in a flash. The desk is big and sturdy, so there's no need to worry about getting hit by any bullets that ricochet or pierce through the wood. So I look towards the window. Several of the bullets meant for Clara hit the glass instead. At least one of the men must have lousy aim. Beyond the glass is the same town as ever. It looks more beautiful than it does from my apartment, but it's just a small little ghost town. Ow, ow. Oops. I lose my grip. Miss Yet-to-Be nods her head as if to say, I know, I know. For some reason, that makes me feel relieved. Nothing like a holy woman going down, huh? Correction. I don't think I feel relieved at all. The muzzle flash illuminates the scattering blood. It's my blood. Or rather, the blood of Clara disguised as me. It kinda makes me sick to think about it like that. Bullets rain down upon the bulky glass before us. Cracks from here and there before it finally shatters. Cracks form here and there. Thus eliminating the barrier between us and the town. Or perhaps I should call it the barrier between us and a sudden drop. But either way, it's a barrier we don't need right now. And at the same time, I hear something collapse behind us. I don't want to look. She's not just a nun, she's Clara. I clearly remember that fact. Let's go. Huh? You're kidding. No way. You're gonna jump through the window, I think. The fact that she's saying that means she understands what I'm suggesting. I forcibly wrap my arm around her waist and halfway carry her. I wasn't expecting her to be thin or anything, but she's thicker than I expected. In fact, her thickness is kind of reassuring. I'll give you the signal. You are kidding, right? Oh. Can? Fly. Hey, you can fly. You can. I believe in you. A man reflexively pulls the trigger when he sees me get up. But his aim is so bad. His shot doesn't hit. The other men follow his lead. They're too late. Without a word, we leap out of the window. Miss Yet-to-be screams something, but I'm not sure that counts as a word. We leap out at the top of the church, from the window of the priest's room. We fall into the cold wind with some late shot in the dark gunfire behind us. It's cold. Something feels cold inside of me. The me who was in me moments before is now gone. I start thinking irrelevant thoughts like, you shouldn't go outside without a coat. The lack of a coat means I can better feel the warmth of the girl under my arm. I'm so happy. Miss Yet-to-be says those words, like a soft whisper. It's a mystery to me how I'm able to hear her voice through all the whooshing wind sounds. But it's enough to make me feel satisfied. It's astonishing, really. Just like magic. Maybe she really is a witch. She made tonight a good night, despite all the trouble and all the cold. Back in my home country, ghosts wouldn't leave the afterlife until they were content enough. Myself, I wouldn't mind leaving right now. This is nothing. Also, keep this a secret, but... I only whispered, but it seemed she heard me. She heard me too. How strange. Hold on, I just needed to do something real quick. I'm not actually a ninja. Oh, I'm not actually a witch either. I figured. Teh. It feels like we've been falling forever. I wonder what's up with that. Oh, damn. right on the couch. But obviously, we gotta land eventually. We end up crashing onto Anya's armored vehicle. Obviously, we couldn't just get up and walk away if we landed on a hard metal roof, but thankfully, Anya was considerate enough to fasten that sofa from earlier onto the top. And as a result, we're able to pull off an exceptionally gentle landing. We escaped church. Yahoo! I'm one hell of a driver, ain't I? Goddamn. But are those church shitheads up top? An unusually enthusiastic Anya pops her face out of the driver's seat window. Watch your language. I hear a thud from inside the car. Anya groans. Get in, quick! Pacifica pops her face out of the passenger seat window and urges us in. At the same time, we hear a gunshot, and several meters in front of the car, a random pile of snow bursts open. Get in before you get sniped! Miss Yet-to-be and I hop into the back seat. And at the same time, we hear a concerning metal clank, suggesting the car got hit by a bullet. But this is an armored vehicle, so it's invincible. And in this moment, so are we. It's been ages since I've ridden in a car. I miss the low engine roar, so I can't help but listen closely to it. Nobody talks. Probably because we hear a police car siren coming from behind. After a while, once we can no longer hear the police car siren, Anya parks the car in an alley somewhere. But even then, the silence isn't broken until I finally speak up and address Anya. Say, Anya. Yeah? This is the same one, isn't it? Yeah, why? I didn't realize you still had it. I do. It'll be a waste to get rid of it, you know? I'm sorry. Don't apologize. I'm glad you came when you did. You're welcome for that. Anya lets out a sigh, as if she tried to laugh, but failed. If only that were the case. Look at the two of you getting all lovey-dovey. Anyway, why did you call her and not me? Pacifica takes out a bag of snacks from somewhere and opens it. You'd think snacks would be out of place in an armored vehicle. And somehow it works. I didn't know your number, Pacifica. I could have just asked Anya. I was in a hurry. I had to prepare a disguise too. A disguise? I disguised myself and handed those mint-flavored tablets to a watchman as a bribe. Then I put a new ventilation hole into the priest's skull and turned the nun into a colander. Oh no. It's not until after I finished talking that I realized, oh crap, shouldn't have said that. What I did was a small-scale insurrection, far from what any normal person would call ethical. I don't think those two would easily approve of my actions here. I'm sure they were expecting something a little more peaceful. I get the feeling I should have lied about it, but I don't want to. For real? Good thing we're friends. Anya says that so casually. Thank you. So I casually respond. Anya grumbles something about priorities. Hey, Sayoko, you said I'm gonna jump, so bring the car behind the church, right? After I'd gotten home from Pacifica's house, I'd called Anya on the phone. That's right, that phone is a direct line between me and Anya. Anya quickly picked up, and I quickly hung up. We're getting an ad now, so I'm gonna take a short break when that happens because I need something more to drink. So I'll see you guys in a bit. Go do what you need to do in the meantime as well. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. It's time to learn how to smash.
Somehow that sentence just seemed wrong to me.
Same here. I'm Clona. I'm Hugh-Pow. Nice to meet you, Carl. Coral. 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 So this is the castle. Who goes there?
Gonna sound very good. Okay. De tar hoppet till Isengard. De tar hoppet till Isengard. De tar hoppet till Isengard. God. Vad sa du? God. Fortell meg hvor gammel vi er. Jeg vil gjerne snakke med han. The way out. I don't want to go out that way. That looks sus. And that... Why? Why that sound? Oh my... Hat looks so comfy. It would be if I wasn't wearing a wig, because it just my wig is very... Oh, see, the hat just... Can you hear that in the mic? Reldening, let's go, big hat Ronnie, yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't even know why I continued to make the sound after I wasn't scared anymore. No. I didn't expect the second one, okay? That second one caught me off guard. I don't like this. Fuck's sake. Hey, avocado dildo. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. I didn't...
Like a plastic bog. Like detergent.
Bog. Like a plastic bog. Oh, Gobi, thank you for the 69 butts. But... Oh, I swear to God, that was not intentional. Never... I can say 100% sure that I have never bleached my anus. I don't know why that needs to be said, but it... Now you know. Oh, härlighet.
Okay, we're back. We're back. See you later, Shane. Hope you have a good rest of your day. I had to go and make something hot to drink. Hey, Sarah. Wait, I thought I saw on my phone that you were streaming. Are you not streaming right now? But also, thank you. Let's see. Yeah, Anya quickly picked up, and I quickly hung up. Wait. Oh, I pressed X. That wasn't my intention. I fully understand why I keep avoiding the phone. I must be the type of person who's not good with phones. Did you think that Anya of Green Gables would understand what you meant just with that one sentence? Do you know what she said to me when she came to me for help? Pacifica munches on the corn snacks quietly, yet angrily. Yeah, I said, what's that supposed to mean? Exactly. If we did exactly what you said, we'd all be in jail right now. You understand? Pacifica opens up a second bag. Miss Yet to Be reaches for the bag, only to get her hand slapped away. Eat. That's why I came to you for help, okay? I caught that. Yeah, I have notifications on my phone. So it was a notification. You're just testing a new bot for shoutouts? Oh, I see. And I'm the one who told you to tie the sofa on the roof. This girl was just going to bring the car as it was, you know? She's got poop for brains, remember? Not the poop for brains. That's fine. No, it's not. Pacifica shouts. Miss Yet to Be finds some snacks on her own and starts munching on them, saying, "It's not as good as ham, but it's okay now, I think. It's okay now I think about it." I figured Anya would come to you for help, and you'd catch on to what I was getting at, Pacifica. I was hoping that you two would fulfill my request as, at least as stated, so thanks for going above and beyond. I see. Well, okay then. Her voice is blunt, but somewhat tearful. I never want to make her cry again. We all fall silent for a while. I think it's because we're feeling as if we had reclaimed something. But that sure turned out fun, didn't it? Indeed. Yeah. I agree. Also, question. Go ahead, new girl. Short time no see. Yes, well, where are we going? No clue. I guess none of us really planned ahead. Honestly, I only planned to bust the new girl out. I didn't think about anything after that. Where should we go, Sayoko? When she asks me that question, I respond with relative ease. Outside of town. I can feel the air get just a little colder. For real? Well, I kinda get where you're coming from. I don't remember what happened that day, so I want to try going out of town to jog my memory, I guess. Huh? What? Their faces freeze. What's with those looks? We don't remember. We don't remember what happened. What made you go, you know. Well, actually, I do remember a little, but we figured you'd remember, Sayoko. No, I don't remember. There's some things I remember, but they're far outweighed by what I don't remember. I'm shook, though I'm sure they're just as shook as I am. Miss Yet to Be curiously looks at each of our faces. That's right, she's an outsider. We should probably explain things to her, just not now. Aight, memory lane it is. Let's go. Anya proclaims. Yes, let's go as far as we can go. Pacifica concurs. Okay. And I agree. Outside of town? Have you been informed about ghosts and whatnot? We're ghosts. Immortal and unaging, locked up in this town. But since we're bored, we figure we'll take advantage of the chaos by going outside and crossing the boundary. Pacifica condenses the explanation, perhaps a bit too much. The way she said it was kind of blunt. Normally you wouldn't expect an outsider to easily agree to something like that. Oh, that sounds kind of funky. But thankfully, Miss Yet-to-Be isn't normal, so there's no problem. I've already learned that from my short journey with her so far. Passy. What does she mean by funky? Funky is funky. Huh. I can see us getting along with her. Let's go. Let's go. Sounds like fun. And we're off. Do you like the music in this game? Me too. It's been really nice. And also there's always something new that I haven't heard before, and it's that also sounds nice. Anya steps on the gas and the car speeds off. The ground's covered in snow. The car just laughs it off. Do you like the music in this butt? I didn't even see that message. My heart throbs. Huh. I guess I still have a pulse even though I am a ghost. I'm glad my kidnappers are such fun this time. This time? Has she been kidnapped before? Miss Yet-to-Be just casually and unexpectedly says that. Kidnappers? Well, I don't even know your names. I just came along for the ride before I got an explanation, so it's like you're kidnapping me. How fun. Kidnapping. The mood in the car suddenly gets tense. I did pretty much just kidnap her. But Pacific and Anya don't know that. Sayoko, did you just drag her out without giving her an explanation? And she just went along with it? I was too busy eating ham. Ham? Oh, don't worry about it. I meant kidnapping in a good way. Wait, there's a good way of being kidnapped? Well, I guess if you're being kidnapped to go to a surprise birthday party or something, but... There's a good way? Those church people wouldn't tell me anything about the town. And besides, it's more fun to be with other girls, and you all seem like nice people. Well, okay then. That's fine, I suppose. You neither? Buttspot message didn't show up in chat for you? Why is that? Twitch is twitching? Oh yeah. No, it is showing, well, it's showing on screen. And it is showing in my chat. I don't know why it's not showing up for you. It's like, I see Buttspot sends messages, but I just never read them anymore. I just skip them. That's weird though that you can't see it in the chat. Well, as long as Miss Yet-to-Be is satisfied, that's fine, I guess. We all fall silent for a while. The view from outside the window gets sadder and sadder as the town slowly fades away into a barren field of snow. Outside of town. I wonder what's on the other side. We need to have a welcome party. Pacifica chimes in. I guess she's grown tired of the snacks. How can you grow tired of snacks? A welcome party? That's what we've all gathered here for. So you kidnapped me to throw a welcome party? Wow, a surprise party, thanks! Oh, about that. How about we make it a birthday party instead of a welcome party? It seems more festive that way. See, this is a good way of being kidnapped. I didn't even know that they would turn it into that. This is what I mean. Way to kill the vibe, by the way. Way to kill the vibe. It all worked out in the end. A birthday party? For a ghost? How about we give you a name as a birthday present? How lovely. Soko, you're so talented. Talented at what? We giggle, but Anya stays quiet. I guess she's having a tough time driving. However, that isn't the case. Okay, time for some bad news. Are they out of gas or something? Is the check engine light on? Off? On? On. Okay, time for some bad news. Anya clears her throat and starts speaking. This car is equipped with a powerful engine so that it can run anywhere. And it's carrying a ton of fuel. How powerful? Let's just say that barring wear and tear, it can run pretty much forever without resupply. Honestly, this thing is built like a tank. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be running properly. And I'm sorry to tell you this, but it's gonna explode. Oh damn, it's gonna explode? What is up with the mouths? And only the new girl has the same mouth as usual. We need to run. We can't. We got 30 seconds. And the blast radius will be hundreds of meters wide. It'll tear up the ground and spread radioactive fallout everywhere. That's an objective fact. How does she know it will take exactly 30 seconds? That's very specific. As a practical solution, I propose we complete this birthday party within those 30 seconds. Oh, damn. That's a bit of too much pressure. That's all the more reason to get off this thing. The blast radius is hundreds of meters long, Passy. I suggest you give up. 25. I understand. Let's move on to the gift giving then. 22. Your name is Ham. No, wait. 18. Yoru. Yoru means night. That's what the Yo in Sayoko also stands for. And we met at night, so Yoru. For something I came up with on the spot, it's actually a pretty good name, I'd say. And again, ghosts are dwellers of the night, so maybe every ghost in that town could be called Yoru. These people don't know what kanji are, so I don't think anyone will catch on. What a lucky break. 2 knightly names. Within me, she's there. She's there within me. This is my little secret. Time passes, I think to myself. Oh, that's nice and simple. Straight to the point. Good. That's the spirit. Good name. 10 out of 10. 10. Happy birthday, Yoru. 7. We got the important stuff out of the way, just in 9 seconds. Things are getting kinda hectic, but it makes me feel something. It makes me feel alive. Let's be friends. 4. The flow of time is like the temperature. Was this game based on I don't know if it's based on anything specific, to be honest. Probably no, but it reminds you of that, or that one game about a serial killer who talks to talking food. I don't know which one that is, but... yeah, it's, honestly, I just wanted to play this game because I like the glitching effects and the art style, and also, most importantly, that it has my name in it. But that's pretty much all I knew about it beforehand. The flow of time is like the temperature. If either of them drop to 0, you freeze. I'll be your friend too. 2. That's why all of this commotion seems kind of warm. Welcome to the ghost town.
It's a joy, a sort of warmth. Thank you all. Okay. The end. And thus begins our story. Enjoy an explosive birthday. I think. Yeah, that was the second chapter. That was a good end to the second chapter. Ghost, good name. Yeah. There'll never be a game that has yours? What's your name? I mean, you don't have to say, but I'm just nosy. How many chapters are there? I think I tried to look it up without getting spoiled, and I think there are 5. Donovan? Oh, well, you never know. It might be a name like that. Maybe not spelled the same way though, but. So this is a visual novel. How's the reading going? You have a visual novel series you think it could be fun to do on stream, but you feel all the reading. It's going okay. But I needed to take a break to get something hot to drink because it's better for my my throat while reading so much. But I enjoy it though. Yeah, Sarah mentioned a game with his name in it yesterday. Well, it's not your real name though. Do you know if there's a game that has your actual name, Sarah? Wait, what do you mean Dragon Age? But yeah, I mean, I actually really enjoy just reading a lot on stream. Even though it's, how well I can read really varies a lot. But, and it can be kind of exhausting. But I really do enjoy it. So if you don't mind reading a lot on stream, I recommend doing it if you like it. Dragon Age Inquisition has a character named Sarah in the game. Oh, I didn't know that. I even have the Inquisition game. I just never finished it. You've never seen one with your real name? Yeah, we're talking game titles. But yeah, I think this had 5 chapters. 5 or 6? No, 5. But yeah, the previous game that I played, that wasn't Baldur's Gate 3, which was Space for the Unbound. It wasn't quite a visual novel, but there was a lot of reading. And then it seemed like people also really enjoyed that. And also when I played Beacon Pines, which is also a visual novel, kind of, it's a bit of a mix, because you also move around on a map and stuff. But that's kind of, those 2 games were kind of the reason why I wanted to start doing this more, because I thought it was kind of nice. I enjoy it. But obviously it's not something I could do every day. So one stream per week seems like a good idea. So that's why I have this scheduled every Thursday until I'm done with the game. And then it will be replaced with something else. Must not have gotten far, she's a companion. Yeah, I quit the game after like 15 minutes. Like, this isn't for me, is what I felt like. It just, I didn't vibe with it at all. People like it when others read for them without them having to do it themselves. Yeah. That's what I've come to realize, that, you know, and it is kind of nice too when I'm on the receiving end as well. So I kind of get it. I kind of understand. Summer. It's summer everywhere you look. So it's not winter all the time.
You can hear chattering voices everywhere, from the ground of middle schoolers enjoying the breeze at the convenience store, to the elderly spacing out in the shade, to the elementary schoolers playing around in the park. Also, in case anyone has missed the first one, I highly recommend subbing to the YouTube, because I have uploaded all my VODs and stuff there, and I started this game Thursday last week. So the first episode is there, in case people will catch up until, the third stream next week. In case you want to fill in the gaps and stuff. If you made a whole video series on YouTube about reading every book in Skyrim, you would be loved by many. It's funny that you mentioned that, because I've actually thought about doing that, like book reading, as videos on YouTube. Not specifically Skyrim, but I mean, that also works. I've thought about doing that. You believe that exists already, or is that what you're referring to? As I pedal my bike, I can feel my feet getting sore from the sandals that were given to me for days like these. But I figure I can just put up with it. After all, I'll be seated for the duration of the movie. Oh, the signal turned red. I firmly squeeze the worn down brakes, and my bike gradually slows down. But it doesn't come to a complete stop, so I try to plant my feet on the ground to try and forcibly stop the bike. And that's when I realize something. Crap. It's like I'm just the usual me now. This extraordinarily cute sundress came from a faraway country, but I'm not used to wearing this sort of fabric. Its new scent mixes with my own. I hope that kid doesn't find it unpleasant. The signal turns green. I start pedaling again. Hey, you're supposed to get off your bike when you walk across the street, okay? The wind whisks away my sweat. It's a nice breeze. We're meeting by the station. I gotta hurry. I don't want to be late. I steadily pass through the residential area, in front of the supermarket, and through the roundabout. I don't get caught at any traffic signals after that. How lucky. Ah, the kid's here and hasn't noticed me yet. What should I say? This will probably be our last time meeting, so I have to make it count. I'm just an ordinary summer sight. An average elementary schooler on summer break. Is this like flashback to when she was alive, maybe? I can't wait to see the movie. The day of the nameless anonymous birthday. I didn't see that. Episode 3. The day we found a workplace to work at. You want to start reading? Yeah, we want to start. The grind, like, episodic, not just one whole video. You've seen someone do who did that and said, hell no, I don't have the patience. Wait, what are you talking about right now? No, I would, if I were to read like a whole book, I would probably do both. I would probably have one whole video with the whole thing, and have it like one chapter maybe, if that was the... Are you talking about reading Elden Ring books? Wait, I didn't see that you mentioned Elden Ring at all. You mean Skyrim? Okay. I mean, those books are pretty short, so... Wouldn't the videos also be really short then? not stupid. I just thought I missed a message now. Okay, resume. Konnichiwa, amigos. I'm pretty sure those are the first words she shouts upon running into my room. By she, I mean your, and by I mean me. And for a long, long time, so long that nobody even knows how long, this town has had already exactly 1,024 ghosts. And now we have a newcomer, Yor, who's wandering about my room and looking at things curiously. That's a pretty neat artwork. She keeps saying things like that. She seems interested in just about everything. Was that thing always there? Or here? And is it even an artwork in the first place? Well, whatever. My ghost memory's never been reliable anyway. If I'm a ghost now, does that mean that I was once alive? Ghosts were alive at one point, right? I mean, that's what being dead implies, doesn't it? Or are we born as ghosts, stuck here forever? But for what purpose? Depending on the books, you can also talk about your thoughts on the story and what they bring to the setting of the world. Yeah, I guess so. I wake up to the sound of chaotic snoring that sounds like a tank engine after someone tossed a sugar cube into the gas tank. That's a very specific description. Actually, I don't think I slept enough to say I woke up. You can't wake up if you were never asleep. In the same way, you can't become a ghost if you don't die. It's been like this the whole time, even though it's almost morning. As a result, I'm tired all the time lately. Just a little bit earlier, I could sleep as much as I wanted whenever I got sleepy, so this change is taking a toll. Yor isn't a bad person, or a ghost, in my opinion. She probably treats me with warm love, or something like that. But it's a little suffocating for me. Yeah, I can feel it. I understand that, especially if you have to share a bed. It's a little lonely to be completely isolated. Sometimes I want to see friends, but I feel more relaxed when I'm frozen in the cold, dark void. That's just my nature. This current situation is clearly uncomfortable for me, but I don't think I can get Yor to understand my plight. It's way too warm in my bed right now. There's a girl sleeping next to me, taking in such deep breaths. My chest is in pain. But why? Let's try going to sleep again. I close my eyes. I think back to when we fled town, and that 30-second birthday party. And the present. The problem is what happened afterward. When we woke up at the garbage dump, this is what Yor said. So, where do I stay? My place is no good. It's dirty, small, and cold. You should stay in a more homey home, like Pazzi's. Huh? That won't work. My home doubles as my workplace. You got empty rooms, though, don't you? Just because they're empty doesn't mean I don't need them. You piece of shit. Ow, damn it. Ah, stop. Pacifica stomps on Anya's face. Yor looks on curiously for a while before she turns around to look at me. Looks like I'm in a pickle, huh? She says just like that. She says just that. Damn it, I can't even read. That's the shortest sentence ever. Her eyes pierced right through me. It's when I say something all too naturally, almost by reflex, and as if I had prepared a script beforehand. Why don't you stay at my place? Temporarily, I mean. Why did I say something like that? Even Anya and Pacifica both seem surprised by my proactive suggestion. I don't even know what I meant when I said temporarily. I mean, Anya, Pacifica, and I probably all thinking the same thing. What does temporarily even mean? I can't look it up in the dictionary because there isn't one in my room. Besides, I've finally gotten sleepy. Temporarily means for a limited time. So in other words, once that time comes to pass, everything goes back to how it was. But how do I get that time to pass? I don't know. You're going to sleep, Kaya? Hope you have a good night. Sleep well. And also, I hope you have a good weekend. If I don't see you before the weekend starts. Thank you for being here. I'll discuss this with the others. I murdered that before I finally managed to start falling asleep. Not a very deep sleep, but it's still something you could call sleep. Sorry. But right before I fall asleep, I feel like I see and hear something like that. I'm not entirely sure, but this is what dreams are like, right? There it is, the missile. You need more dance emotes in your life? I mean, do you have Franker face? Because there are quite a few, like, if you have just Franker face, you can see all BTTV and 7TV emotes. And use them. So it doesn't matter which one of those extensions the streamer has, because you can use all of them. I kind of figured. That's too bad. Oh, the mouse was in the way. In a corner of the plaza at the center of town, Anya kicks some snow on the side of the street, sending slivers of ice scattering as she says that. I called the girls here, seeking advice. It's just Anya now, but Pacifica should be here eventually too. Yeah, so what do you think I should do? I blankly watch as Anya plays with the snow as I ask for her opinion. She looks up and answers. I figured that would be the case, but personally I don't know. What do you think? Teach? Hey, hold it right there. Oh, you spooked me. I was trying to be sneaky. And why are you calling me Teach now? Nothing wrong with calling the Teach, right, Sayoko? Huh? Teach? So, what do you need to discuss? Is that it? Oh wait, let's take this somewhere warmer. Good idea. How about over there? Sure, saves us the trouble of walking since it's close. After a short delay, I follow their gazes to find some sort of establishment. A cafe, I guess. Ugh. A cafe. When I mull over the word in my head, I suddenly feel my stomach sink. On the other side of the lit window, countless shadows of ghosts. Is that redundant? Make a commotion, signaling me just how busy it is inside the cafe we're about to visit. A death sentence. Don't worry, it's mostly just people like us inside. People who aren't all too interested in their surroundings. It's also cheap, and they don't complain if you stay too long. You get what you pay for with the coffee, though. A cheap flavor you just can't get at home. Pacifica urges me on, saying, let's go. Well, sure. It'll be rude to call someone for help, only to make them stand and talk out in the cold. We can't talk in my home since yours is probably still there. And it would be shameless to talk in Pacifica's house. Plus, I don't think it's an experience I should give a chance to, so I can't find a valid reason to refuse. The sound of chatter and the cafe's background music gets closer and closer. Though, in reality, I'm the one getting closer to the sounds. Calm down, it's just a cafe. You've been in restaurants and shops and stuff before, right? Same thing. Pacifica and Anya rush into the noisy establishment. Ow, ow. The moment I pass a threshold, the chattering stops and the ghosts all fall silent. Let's leave. I tug on Pacifica's coat and manage to let out that whimper. I can't do it after all. Pacifica and Anya may be fine citizens, but I'm a burglar who raided the church. If they're seen here with me, it could cause them trouble. Oh? Why? Sorry, could you move that chair for me? Thanks. Oh yes, that's good, thank you. Pacifica pushes her way through the crowd of ghosts. Anya follows behind. I follow too, reluctantly. We head all the way to the only empty table, a round table deep in the back by the bathroom. We sit down. 3 normal coffees, please. Coming right up. At the sound of Pacifica's voice, the chatter resumes. The difference is shocking, but it also relaxes me a little. I'm sure everyone's lost interest in us. I suppose we're not that interesting after all. I still can't let my guard down, though. Sorry for the wait. Here it comes. Oh well, if it isn't Anya from the repair workshop. It's been 9,999 years, hasn't it, my lad? I'll murder you. Long time no see, Mr. Patel. How's business? I've been working from home a lot lately, so I haven't been able to patronize your establishment. It's fine. It's what I like to say, but profit margins are thin with just coffee. Can I interest you in some sweets? That sounds good. It's something we can all share. I appreciate it. And last but not least, it's been a while since I've last seen you too, miss. I guess these two must be regulars here. But was I regular too at some point? Hello. Hey, Clever! How you doing? Kaya's appropriate bedtime goals, or maybe reasonable bedtime goals? Are you saying that I'm staying up too late now? No. Yeah, it's almost 10. It's not that late. You wish you could go to bed at like 10 p.m? I don't. I would feel... Yeah, I don't like mornings. I would wake up too early then. You hate morning. Me too. Me too. I don't like it. I like saying goodbye to mornings and go to sleep. I like sleeping during the morning, so I don't have to see it. You stay up too late. Yeah, I got to bed at like 7 in the morning today. So, yeah. But it was my Friday yesterday, so, you know. See, I can never stick to a normal schedule, even though I have to get up early 2 days a week. But it doesn't last for long. It doesn't last for long. But how am I? I'm doing good. How you doing though? Also, let me give you shouty outy. Hold on. hope you're doing well too. Hope you're doing well too. For now, I bow my head. I guess that was satisfactory for him since he turns around and skillfully weaves his way through the crowd of ghosts. Okay, I suppose we've settled in. So what did you want to talk about? Oh, should I get you up to speed? No, it's fine. I want to hear from Sayoko directly. Pacifica gracefully sips her coffee in a dignified manner. She then signals with her eyes for me to talk. She does kind of act like a teacher. And the smell of cheap coffee does make you think of a teacher's lounge. Really makes me think about where I came from. I'm sure if I were alone, I'd be thinking about it all the way until morning. But right now, there's more pressing matters. You just don't vibe with her. Sayoko, eventually you'll stop coming home and your family will collapse. Your children will stay off the righteous path. First they'll get addicted to drugs, and next thing you know, they're robbing trains. This isn't a joke, okay? You're taking this seriously, I think. You're just joking around to relieve some of the tension. You can't do both? Were you okay though? Just eating something at last? Thank you for the shout. Of course, of course. Yeah, make sure you eat. That's important. That's important. You enjoy some reasonable bedtime butts, Gobi? I didn't even see that message. So you two are living together, huh? That'll kill me. I agree. I'd say you seem more relaxed when you're by yourself. Are all ninjas lone wolves, or is it just you? How could she know, stupid? Ninjas even keep their personalities secret. That's what makes them cool, you know? You make a fine point, Anya, from the repair workshop, my lad. Oh, sorry, right. Why don't we take turns housing Yoru in our homes? I see, that might... No, that won't work. If it were me, it'll make me feel like I was being rented out on an installment plan. An installment plan? You got a point. It would be like telling someone they're a liability. Anya nods in agreement. I suppose she's got a point. As someone who has been through that, yes, it is true. it's not a nice feeling. The unreasonable bedtime butts are more fun though. Now go be reasonable. Is it really that important? Wait, which part? As someone addicted to food, it absolutely is. Oh, is eating really that important? I missed that. I mean, I wish it wasn't that important, but damn, is it good though. I suppose she's got a point. I feel a little ashamed of myself. It's like in the back of my head, I'm hoping someone will take Yoru off my hands. I'd hate it if I were the one being treated like someone else's oversized trash. Okay, let's break down the problem. Little Anya, here, take some notes. Aye, ma'am. Pacifica takes a memo pad out of her pocket. You have a pen? Yep. Anya pulls out a pen seemingly out of thin air. But stop calling me little Anya. So first things first, living together isn't working out for Sayoko. Okay, Sayoko loves living alone. And Yoru doesn't have a place to call her own. Let's see. Yoru has no home. these two issues are intertwined, but they're actually separate matters, aren't they? But if you solve one of them, the other will naturally disappear. Oh? I can't help but let out a voice of awe at the brilliance of her logic. I'm pretty sure I'm no good at this sort of logical thinking at all. It'll be nice if we could find an immediate solution, but that sounds hard. Let's approach the problem by tackling both issues at the same time. We got no choice but to find a home for Yoru. I'll look around and see if there's any good places. Thank you. I'm always relying on your help. Your special 12-step program beat that addiction and keep you away from food forever? No. Stop fucking eating. Step 2, to be dated. Step 12, starve to death. No! No, none of that. You just like how your brain is wired. Hey, we're feeling overwhelmed by the amount of stuff that needs to be written. Have you tried doing a sandwich about it? You know, it's because you've done that like once and you felt some sort of comfort and relief from it. And it brought you some serotonin. So now you kind of just resort to that again and again. It's something you need to be conscious about and just figure out a different solution. Which is easier said than done. For sure. I have periods where I can do something similar as well. But I'm also like in the opposite direction. It's like sometimes I feel like I need to earn food, which is kind of sick as well, which is not, you know, it's not a good thing at all. So yeah, I don't have the healthiest relationship to food either. It's difficult. Food is a difficult thing, for sure. At least that sounds cheaper than your go-to. Have you tried the impulse shop about it? So if you're hearing me right, saying to get into drugs is a better option. I never said that. Never said those words, Gobi. Never. No, a lot of... I know also this is not easy, but something that is also very good at giving you serotonin and relieves stress is working out or taking a walk. You know, being physically active. It's not quite as fun. Well, I guess it depends on what you're doing and the person, but it does work. Not seeing my grocery bill alone. These streams are also good for serotonin. Oh, wait, did you mean that as a pun? As in serotonin? Because we have Sarah here? Because I agree. I agree. But you should rather follow Sarah then, because then you would get actual serotonin, you know? You're bad at eating, you get distracted by whatever you're doing, and then suddenly you're hanging. Yeah, same, Clever. Or I feel like I need to do something productive first, and then it's like the food is a reward afterwards, because now you've done what you were supposed to do, so now you get to eat, which is just sick. It's not good. You're working out 5 days a week and eating less and healthier hasn't helped the impulse purchase that much. Okay, so maybe it doesn't work with impulse purchases, but you know, with the food part, maybe. I don't know. Also, people are different. So you actually meant that I'm a delight, but Sarah's cool too, you guess. I mean, I kind of guessed what you meant, but you know, it was just funny.
serotonin is not guaranteed from watching your streams. I don't know, depends. Depends. I don't know on what, but maybe it depends. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that. Like your hunger doesn't even register at all. Yeah, sometimes I'm like that too. Or like I don't feel the buildup of hunger. It's more like I feel it when it's like you need to eat now. Now is food time. Now. You should have eaten several hours ago, but you feel it now. Then you have no time to make anything because you just need food now. You do think in general you're not that hungry because you're mostly at a desk, being sedentary, but then you do get hungry, it doesn't activate until you smell food. I would have been clever actually, that would have been doubly clever, get serotonin from both. You don't want to be sued? You need a disclaimer when I make... But we're not in the US, Sarah. You don't have to worry about being sued over stupid things. I'm sorry. That was maybe uncalled for, but at the same time, you know it's true. I think you'll get triple of that from watching the streams, the VOD and the VOD from the stream on YouTube. I didn't... This is not about self-promotion. US is a stupid lawsuit central. Promise this isn't trauma dumping, just an explanation. But you and your sisters also, I'm just gonna start the ads because it's gonna happen any second. So might as well get it over with as soon as possible when I'm not doing anything in the game anyway. And I never do anything in the game during ad breaks. You and your sister have a really fucked up relationship with food due to growing up below the poverty line and food scarcity. You went down with the eat all the things because you don't know when you'll have things route. I know one of your sisters actually died from anorexia, which just massively reinforced the food scarcity-based fear in your caveman. Oh, I'm so sorry, Gobi. I'm really sorry to hear that. But yeah, I understand. I know that there are a lot of people who have gone through trauma who has that mindset about food, especially if it's related to like money and stuff. I also grew up, well, relatively poor. It's like it depends on what country you're from how what you consider being poor or not. But we also didn't have a lot of food, and it was like, I don't know. It's also, I don't think I've ever mentioned this, but it's part of the reason why I have to force myself to drink water, which I don't really like. Is because, well, it was like water was never really, even though it's free, they never really taught us to drink water growing up. So everything was like bought, so they always bought the cheapest they could get. So I was always also used to just having something with flavor instead of just water. That's I was gonna mention food, but then I started talking about that instead because it occurred to me that that's kind of weird. How that was. Now that I think about it, I haven't really thought about it too much until just now. Poor is relative, absolutely, yeah.
People will sue you for the dumbest thing. Recently, someone tried to copyright strike an influencer for calling that person out. Wait, calling that person out for doing what? What do they call them out for? You never know if thanks is what you meant to say here, but you sure get the sentiment you're trying to convey. Yeah, thanks feels weird. So, yeah, it's hard to know what to say in those situations, both on the giving or the receiving end. Fiance grew up in soda country, USA, and generally can't drink water for being so conditioned by the beepus. Yeah, we also grew up drinking soda, but it was like the cheapest as well, or well, other things as well, but it was... So now, as an adult, I only drink water on stream. No, I'm not saying that I drink... It's only on stream that I drink water, but I'm saying that during stream, I try to just drink water and nothing else. And also, while I'm at work as well, I also drink water. But it's so hard for me to do. Like, I have to force myself to do it. Because I'm never thirsty either. It's annoying. It actually got worse. But what happened? Butt for girl? Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. I don't think it's possible to sue people over nothing here. Hey Tina! How you doing? Welcome in! That was lucky that you came in now, right after the ad break. So you won't have to worry about ads in like an hour. Thank you so much for the raid, Tina. How was your stream? What were you playing? Hold on. Let me give you a shouty outy. Also, we can give you the fancy one as well. We can give you a fancy one as well. Yeah, how was your oh shit. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I forgot that this game does that. When I scroll in my chat. Oh, that's so annoying. Hey, MNWTV. How you doing? Welcome in. Tom, how are you doing? And Tina. And geez, Louise Place. How are you doing? It's nice to see you all. But you were playing Palia. You were playing Palia. Oh, that sounds nice. That sounds nice and chill. I'm also doing a pretty nice and chill game today. Wasn't part of the raid, just felt left out. I feel that. I understand. It was bittersweet. You finished Transistor and you're so sad. The ending has a plot twist, but you also love Palia. Or you also loved Palia. You also played Palia. I'm not gonna put words in your mouth. Oh, yeah, it feels sad when you play a game that you, I don't know, it hits you in a way and then you get sad. But I hope you enjoyed it though. But yeah, if you're new here, my name is Vepricos. Also, I'm wearing a jacket inside because it's cold. It's not that cold now anymore, but it was. Anyway, my name is Vepricos. I'm a Norwegian streamer of the variety kind. I play all kinds of games. Right now we're playing a game called Ghostpia because Pia is my actual name. So I figured, you know, we're gonna play this now. It's a visual novel. Other times I play a lot of Metroidvanias. We're currently playing Baldur's Gate 3 as well. And I also play some Souls types of games, some difficult games. All kinds of stuff, you know? So if you like that, maybe you want to hang out here. I don't know, but you're welcome to.
Vepricoat. Yeah. Vepricoat. We're just gonna fast forward. We're just gonna fast forward to where we were. Because I scrolled up and that's kind of what happened. Yeah. Also have anonymous followers, so smash that like and subscribe. That is true. That is true. We also have anonymous follows, and I have Black Cat's made a command for that, so there it is. In case anyone wanted to lurk in peace, thank you for that, Gobi. But yeah, also, Tina, if you need to raid and run and just, you know, take care of yourself, do some after stream stuff, totally understandable. I do appreciate the raid. And that's a very restrained amount of emotes for a Black Cat's creation. You know what? Good point. It's a very good point, Gobi. But it's because Streamlabs is only subbed, for sure, to my channel that she knows of. So she had to just stick with the ones that she knew that Streamlabs had. But that's only until Streamlabs loses the sub, so you might have to change after that. We'll see. You do have to raid and run, but keep lurking. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Also, go check out Tina, aka Empress Namor, if you haven't already. She's very sweet. She's very sweet. Yeah, I think this is around where we were. I don't know. I don't know. It'll be nice if we could find an immediate solution, but that sounds hard. Let's approach the problem by tackling both issues at the same time. I got no choice but to find a home for Yoru. I'll look around and see if there's any good places. Thank you. I'm always relying on your help. This is where we stopped. It's okay. Now about the other issue. You mean Sayoko loves living alone? It's hard to deal with problems concerning someone's personal values, isn't it? That's not necessarily true. Say, Mr. Patel, what are you like when you're done with work? Well, when I'm done with work, I can stop making this dreamy customer service smile without an issue, you see. And once I get home, I sleep. Nothing else. I don't even say a word. Oh my. Yeah, some jerks tell me to get a hobby, but when you're up for long hours thinking about things, you start to feel really crummy. I crawl inside my inner self. I converse with my inner self. Thanks for your thoughts. That's quite enough, actually. No, please let me continue. When I close my eyes, there's a big, pitch-black wall. I hear a voice calling for me, searching for me, but criticizing me. So I don't answer. No, I can't answer. As I said earlier, I don't even say a word. Hey, where's he going with this? I bear with it. I bear with it as I pray that I don't go mad. I keep praying until the sweet repose of sleep finally claims me. Beats me. Before work today, I sat in my car and cried at the wheel for just 3 minutes. Girls should give it a try. Oh, and I'd really appreciate it if you realize that if I'm late opening up on any given day, that's what I'm doing. I see. I'll give it a try. Please do. Anyway, here's an assortment of cookies for you. Enjoy yourselves. Will do. A little while after Mr. Patel leaves, it takes us a few moments of silence until we can ignore what just happened and move on. He needs medical help, preferably from someone patient and courteous. You don't say. You don't say. But the influencer got in contact with the
lawyer of that same lady sending an apparently sassy letter explaining to the lawyer that her videos fall under fair use. You know what the lawyer did? What did the lawyer do? Streamlabs should be forced to follow for at least those emotes. You know, I agree, Tom. I agree. It sucks that they can't just follow. It is also like, okay, so this is not, this is also something that kind of annoys me about Twitch, that, follower emotes, you can only use them outside of that channel if you're subbed, which sucks because it would be nice, because I notice a lot of people have specific emotes for raids as follower emotes because they think that they can use those in raid messages once the streamer and everything and they raid out. But if you're not subbed, it won't show up anyway, which really sucks because I feel like you should be able to. I feel like you should be able to. And I understand why people are confused about it because it doesn't really make a lot of sense when you have follower emotes, but you still need to be subbed to use them outside of the channel. Because if that was the case, you could only you could just stick with Frankerface and you wouldn't need follower emotes if you could only use them in the channel. Like, it's pretty pointless, honestly. Nightmare Fuel? Buttswall was so close to emo butts. Emo butts? Yeah, that's true. You'd like to be close to emo butts? Her and her client sent the police to her home for a wellness check. Interesting. That enjoy yourselves almost sounded like a challenge. Hey, I'd take that challenge, and I would enjoy myself either way. What were we talking about again? Work. We were talking about crying on the toilet to feel better, weren't we? No. Look, Sayoko, he might be a bit of a special case, but typically most jobs aren't that bad. In fact, there's nothing better than to find a job that's perfect for you. You think so? When you come home after work a little tired, it changes your mood. And by earning money, you're likely to open up more opportunities. But can I just casually start working after all that chaos I caused? Nobody will try to kill me or anything. Anything, I mean? You just gotta kill them first. Oh, damn. Good point. Astonishingly, I'm thinking pretty positively. Mr. Patel's despair, if that's the right word for it, has somehow given me a certain sort of courage. Not the same sort of courage I get when Pacifica and Anya are with me, but it's still courage nonetheless. Yeah, I think I'll give it a shot. Does this town have a job search office or anything like that? Not that I know of, at least. But I guess that's more of Mrs. Pacifica's specialty here. Oh? What kind of work does Pacifica do anyway? It's kind of obvious that what Anya does, but Pacifica's job is an enigma. It must be something important if she lives in such a big house. Pacifica seems like she could do anything, but what does she actually do? True. That sort of work is indeed one of my specialties, so that should help. Okay, let's give it our best, Sayoko. Okay. I should ask her now. It's better than them finding out later that I don't even know something as basic as that. Let me help too! Wow, you spooked me! Hey, where do you come from? I was hiding in the filthy sludge in your coffee cup. Oh, she's good. Funny. Are you people okay? Perfectly okay. All I'm saying is that while I'm rooming with Sayoko, I'm just a freeloader with nothing to do. How much did Yoru hear? She probably just got here. Sayoko? I get what Anya's trying to say. A reason for me getting a job would be to regain some personal space from Yoru. So it would defeat the point if she worked with me, wouldn't it? That's the point Anya's trying to make. Yeah, you could do something too. Hope we can both find a good place to work. Well, I only say that for my own sake. Your expressing a desire to work could imply a desire for independence. You can't just get in the way of that. In fact, I think I should be supportive of her. You sure? I'm sure. Whatever could you mean? I'm not that cruel. Okay, yeah, I think I was kind of cruel back at the church earlier, but you know what I mean. I get the feeling Yoru would be quite good at handling interviews. Way better than me, anyway. I feel some sort of coarseness in my chest. Very well. A job for one and a job for two aren't that much different. Different. I'll set you up before the day is done. So it'll be like a piece of coffee cake for you then. I suppose. Hey, is she like that at home too? Yeah. I feel for you. It was obviously to scare her and take down the videos. If you hear the recorded calls the police have on file, it's just infuriating because they make it sound like they care so much for her, such bullshit. Luckily nothing happened, but how fucked up do you have to be to send the police to someone's house pretending to be concerned about them? That's very manipulative. For sure. Yeah. Just do like all the other disingenuous people on social media and own up to your mistakes and then make a fake apology. Yeah. It kind of works like a backhanded compliment. It's like you actually saying something mean, but you're trying to code it as something nice to like save your own skin. Just to cover your ass. Yoru says something completely unrelated to the topic at hand. Taking Pacifica and Anya back, they try to keep the conversation going. I find myself at my wit's end. It's not like I'm feeling left out or anything. It's just that this sort of banter takes me back. As my consciousness starts to drift, I look outside the window. There's a good view of the plaza, including the towering missile in the middle of it. Maybe it's like a giant gravestone. I mean, it kind of is, I think. The names of 1,024 ghosts are etched upon that missile. The husk of a weapon of mass destruction that failed to carry out its mission. From where I'm seated, I can't see the part that has my name on it. Okay, I know you. You're the ninja girl. We even live in the same apartment complex. Pacifica said she'd set us up before the day's done. I thought she meant she'd get in touch with some contacts or something, but she even set us up a same-day interview. She's truly amazing. That is pretty quick work. Is that so? Our prospective place of work is a cosplay shop on the outskirts of town. I love this song. It's fun. It's scary too because cops, they're so primed to reach for their gun. People get hurt, people get killed. Yeah. Yeah. We're in the back room of that shop right now. The employee interviewing us is a girl with a somewhat husky voice. She seems kind of punkish, so I was really nervous at first. But she has a very gentle, somewhat familiar way of talking, which is kind of relaxing. I haven't seen you around lately, though. You've been staying away from home or something. Or you've been staying away from home or something? Anyway, you on the other hand, I don't know your name. My name's Yoru. I got it as a birthday present. I mean, most people do, but more like a birth present, I guess. Ah, I see. As a present, huh? Good for you. My name's Lauren. Call me Lo. Yep, it sure is good. Thanks, Lo. Lauren, or rather, Lo, gets up from her seat. So the game has both me and Lauren in it? Now then, let's see. First I'll explain to you how we bring in newly arrived stock and dispose of unsold stock. Yes, ma'am. Yoru follows Lo's lead and gets up. I get up as well, and then a bell rings. Now that I think about it, that must mean the store door opened. It made the same sound when we came in, after all. Oh, looks like we got a customer for once. Yoru, go greet them or something. Aye, ma'am. Lo beckons me deeper into the shop. You sure about this? Yeah, it's fine. It's much more fun to teach new recruits than it is to deal with new customers. Well, that's not good when you work at a store. Lo peers into my brown eyes with her fair eyes. I can feel my heart throbbing for various reasons. Oh, really? Wouldn't you agree? Her slightly husky voice really matches her fashion sense. I think it's fitting and beautiful. I wonder how I can become more like her. I agree. I totally agree. In any case, there's no way I could disagree with her. So, let's see. First of all, that box over there is newly arrived stock. Okay. And that box over there is unsold stock to be disposed of. You with me so far? Oh, question. Go ahead. Ask away. They're both empty, aren't they? Ah. Yeah, I guess we rarely do receive new stock or dispose of unsold stock. Huh? Actually, now that you mention it, when was the last time we had either of those things? Maybe 9,999 years ago? Yes? Sorry, can I ask another question? Are you sure this shop needs more workers? I can hear Lo gasp in realization. She closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and speaks slowly. Yeah, honestly, you're right. Business is so slow here. I got plenty of downtime just working by myself. Then, what do we do for work? Oh, sorry. Well, the manager seemed kind of frantic. Sorry, never mind that. I guess you can, like, clean and stuff. Okay. Things get kind of awkward after that, so we both fall quiet. I think Lo is trying to come up with some sort of work the two of us can do, but the fact that she's not saying anything probably means she can't think of anything. I wonder how that customer is doing. Oh, right. Sorry. I don't know what to say, so I just nod vaguely. Thank you! Right as Lo and I get back to the storefront, Yoru lets out a cheer loud enough to drown out even the store's loud background music. Oh, she's so cute though. What? You actually sold something? No way! It's been ages since our last sale. I'm surprised, of course. Lo is even more surprised. Is this store really that unpopular? What did you sell? It must have been that frilly thing, right? No, it was the automatic rifle and the bulletproof vest, I said. You look marvelous with them, and the customer bought them. I see. I guess it's finally time we get some new stock. So does it seem like it'll be tough working here? She actually said she realized that she's fully staffed already. I feel a little uncomfortable as I say that. I'm sure Yoru is quite employable as a customer service worker. I see. That's too bad. See you again sometime. Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. Feel free to drop by my room sometime, you two. But it looks like neither Yoru nor Lo seem to mind. So I guess it's all okay in the end. Be sure to turn the heater on. Yeah, I'll put it on full blast. Should I say something? And play some good music too. I just don't want to say something and have it turn out weird. I don't want it to seem like I'm trying to avoid Yoru or anything. Though, on second thought, I kind of am. But not in a bad way. Do I have the capability to convey such a nuanced thought? I can play a little piano, so I'll practice. I'd like to hear some stories from you two. I don't know. Lo herself was considering hiring Yoru for a customer service job, but it seems that she won't explain why she doesn't because of how obvious the reason is. Then again, they're both so kind that they'd probably explain it to me, no matter how obvious it's supposed to be. So should I ask? No, maybe not. Okay, let's make it a night to remember. Bye. Gobi, you're such a liar. Sorry we couldn't help. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the lyric, Sarah. I appreciate it. I conclude that these two have a way better judgment than I do. So it doesn't make a difference whether I say anything or not. Just making excuses, huh? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say those words out loud, but Yoru picks them up anyway. About what? I just felt like I've wronged you in some way, Sayoko. But I'm kinda sad since I don't know what it is. Just being just a bit too conscientious. You didn't do anything wrong, Yoru. It's getting late. There's nobody else on the streets but us. I'll do my best. Our conversation is quite lining up. And neither are our conversation isn't quite lining up, and neither are our footsteps. That doesn't stop even as we approach the plaza. I'm walking ahead of Yoru, but my slow pace slows down even more. And Yoru overtakes me. I stop in place. I look at a certain something. Huh, what's wrong? Yeah, I was wondering, has her name appeared on there? Yoru, I mean? I step at the pace and catch up to Yoru. Oh, nothing. The thing I was looking at, the missile, is missing Yoru's name. I'm a little bit jealous, but I feel like something's off about it. We keep walking back on the way home. And as we walk, I think to myself, what would she want? Maybe I can just give the place to her. That's an option. You there, Sayoko? Yoru speaks up without turning around. I'm here. You can hear my footsteps, can't you? Please stay with me, okay? My chest is in pain, but the air I breathe in is so clean, I feel both painful and cleansed. All in all, I feel satisfied. If only I could go to sleep and just die right now. But that's impossible. I can't die if I'm not even alive. I'll try. There's no real meaning to this conversation. There's no real meaning to us either, I'm sure. Just meaningless ghosts walking around a ghost town near the break of dawn. We're almost home. Oh, damn. Okay. A liar, rude, also not accurate. No, it is accurate. You gotta get going being asked to shoot people and win game shows. No, don't shoot people unless it's with a camera. It's a weird life. Gotta keep lurking in the background though. Thanks for the stream. Thank you so much for being here, Gobi. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I'm sorry if I saw it too late and you already left. But I appreciate you being here. And thank you for the lurk. Nice. It looks great on you. You're meant for this job. Despite what Pacifica's saying, it's obvious that this outfit would look the same on anyone, no matter who's wearing it. She said she'd look for a job that's always short-staffed this time. And this is the result. Searching the garbage heap for usable objects. Yor and I are dressed in baggy yellow protective suits as we board the salvage truck. I silently curse these protective suits for being so hard to move in. The 3 other salvagers are all somewhat buff men, wearing their spare suits, which is why they don't fit. They keep bowing to Pacifica. Pacifica really is amazing at what she does. I'm not sure what exactly that is, but she does it well. We're sectioned off in the back of the truck, with the men all sitting in the front of a bench seat. Nobody says a word. I can more or less see the backs of the men's heads through the window, but they're not even moving a muscle. They seem quite polite with the influential Pacifica, but I get the feeling they'll be strict with newcomers like us. Suddenly, Yoru speaks up. Excuse me, can I ask a question? What? If you want us to explain, we can do it when we're there. Where does this bus go? Where does this bus go, you say? Things get awkward real quick. It's the awkward calm before the storm. You see, she's, that's so funny. Did you hear what she said? I heard. Where does this bus go? That's hilarious. Good one. Well, you know, pleasure to work with you today. Yeah, no problem. We'll make splendid scrappers out of you. You mean super scavengers, right? Our official title is officially licensed garbage collectors. That's so boring. Okie dokie, artichokey. We'll be some real scrappy scrappers. You sure are a hoot. I can do nothing but watch as the scene unfolds in front of me. Actually, I'm not even sure if I can do that. She's just too dazzling. She's amazing. Simply amazing. I'm not sure what's going on, but it's clear that they're all enjoying themselves. Forgot to ask what stopped you from playing Dragon Age Inquisition. Was it the hair? The hair? No, it was... I don't know. I don't really know. I just didn't like how it felt playing it, or the way it looked, I guess. I don't know. It was like, there wasn't anything too specific. It was just the whole package that just seemed like, I don't know if this is for me. And also, I don't know why, but I spent quite a bit on creating my character, and I got super annoyed because it ended up having a male voice. And I didn't know that until after I was done with it. That's the one thing that stands out the most, that I was really annoyed that it had a male voice when I didn't want that. Not that that is the game's fault, I think, but the first lady you asked who said they didn't like that, I don't specifically. Have you asked any men who didn't like it? Like, is there an actual difference? I don't know, because I haven't played it enough to know if it's like, if that has anything to say, if that matters. Yes, there is. Well, why does that matter? I'm just now I'm curious. After some banter, we arrive at a place that's quite memorable to me in a certain sense. The truck parks by the fence surrounding the giant garbage dump on the outskirts of town. Hey, Zoom boy! Zoom boy, happy 36 months! Wait. Isn't that 3 years? Isn't that exactly 3 years? Is it? I'm terrible at math. But I feel like that is 3 years, isn't it? Happy 3 years, Zoom boy. I needed to think for a second there. Like that has to be 3 years, right? I'm not sure, but you have a 3-year badge. Yes, you do. You're the first one. Zoom boy is my longest running sub. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to have you here. Thank you. And also, it's even a 36-month streak. Like an actual streak as well. That's insane to me. That's insane. I hope you're doing well, Zoom boy. But yeah, a game with banter. It's more political with some men, if you catch my drift. Oh, so it's more PC? Is that what you mean? Or like, it's... Does it have good female representation? Is that what you mean? Or... I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's just... The themes might be great and all. I didn't get far enough to see that, but it's just... It just didn't feel good playing it. Like mechanic-wise and everything. I don't know. Also, I bought it for really cheap. On my PlayStation. And this was so many years ago now. That I felt like, you know... It's whatever. No, I haven't played the other games. I haven't. I just bought that one because it was super cheap. I think it was like $3 or something. But yeah, you have a 3-year badge. That's so cool. Hold on. Look at him. Look at this little bean. Hey. Hey. Hey, Zach. Hey, Zach, how you doing? I weren't in it for the long run like the rest. No, I was not. That was my first and only experience with Dragon Age, because I remember when the first game came out, I didn't have, like, I only had a laptop, and I didn't have any consoles at the time, I don't think. So there were a lot of games that I've missed out on. At least I think it was the first one. I'm so lucky. Wait, why am I lucky? Why does that make me lucky? If you're a fan. Look at him, he's just sitting here. He's just sitting here. I wish he'd like head butting. But he doesn't. He likes cuddles though. But yeah, the truck parks by the fence surrounding the giant garbage dump on the outskirts of town. Baskets. I blink a few times before I realize what the man means. He's referring to the baskets made of aluminum or some other metal that were loaded into the back of the truck with us. Oh, okay. Yor and I take the baskets as we hop out of the back of the truck. I'm already starting to get tired of the baggy suits' lack of mobility. If we end up sticking with this job, I hope the first thing we do is get properly fitting suits. As I think that to myself, I tumble and let out a weird yelp. Are you okay, ninja girl? Okay. Thanks to that little tumble, I snap back to my senses. Do we need these suits? It's hard to move in them. Yeah, but these are to protect against weird chemicals or radiation or something, right? But none of that really matters since I'm a ghost after all. It'll still hurt, you know? And it still kind of sucks to die, even if you know you'll come back to life, doesn't it? Come back to life? Not sure that's the right phrase. We're not alive to begin with. I mean, we're ghosts. So it's weird to say we'll come back to life. Well, you got a point, but this suit's too baggy to move around in, so it'll be hard to work in it. So do I have to wear it? I mean, I've been here in normal clothes before and nothing's happened to me. I'm sure they're just being overly cautious. In that case, I'll take mine off too. Saying that now, back then you would have been like, oh my god, you should just hop on it, it's so good, but with everything going on with BioWare, you're not really sure. Like, it has good stories and fantastic characters, but the combat can be hit or miss with these games. I see. Yeah, there are a lot of games that I... Like, there's a huge gap in my life where I didn't game as much. And that was like during that time where I didn't play a lot of games. So yeah, there's been a lot of classic ones that I've missed out on. Baldur's Gate was created by BioWare. Yeah, I mean, I knew that it wasn't by the same people who made the third one, but I wasn't sure who actually made it. So that's interesting. In that case, I'll take mine off too. Whoa. This is what it means to be a man. Whoa. Well, miss, if you insist, then that's perfectly fine. Do the work you want the way you wanna. That's just how life is. I guess we can agree there. In other words, when life deals you cards, you gotta... Sorry, just be careful. Yes, sir. Work is just about what I expected. With basket and tongs in hand, we fish around the garbage for anything that seems useful. The garbage is piled up haphazardly. Nothing feels dirty. Nothing's rotten, and there's not much of a smell. I'm starting to think that maybe this town doesn't even have the bacteria and stuff necessary for rot to form. After all, this town only has ghosts in it. And this garbage heap only has things that aren't living. This is where all the town's resources originate from, and this is where all the town's resources eventually return. One of the men instructs me to search for electrical appliances. My instincts somehow tell me that there's no good finds at my current location, so I distance myself from Yoru and the men who are searching through garbage within a set perimeter. It's not because I can't handle hearing Yoru chatting and laughing with the men. At least, I don't think it is. I suddenly notice a car windshield at my feet. Oh yeah, what about that car? Hey, Noir? You finally... Yes, you are! You are! How you been? How... Did you just wake up? So those same people made Dragon Age. Guess what happened to them? I don't know. Fired, maybe? I don't know. No, wait, I don't know. You just woke up. Nice. Go check out Noir. No, go check out Noir. Munching on toast. Nice, nice. Wait, no. Do... There we go. Yeah, what about that car? Do things lost outside of town come back here too? Did that car get buried somewhere in this garbage pile after it exploded? If so, did it come back as individual parts? Or as a whole car? If it came back as parts, then maybe this windshield belongs to it. As I think that to myself, I noticed there's a microwave oven caught underneath the windshield. Wonder why I didn't notice it earlier. You're going to work in like 30 minutes? Oh, damn. Thank you for the shout out. You're welcome. Wait, he is? Oh yeah, I heard Chris mentioning that yesterday. That Richard is fighting Melania now. Some of the heads of the company quit while others were laid off. I see. I have Sirius who was just here. He can get very frustrated being indoors. So he's getting annoying now. Most, if not all of the OGs are gone and they're making a 4th game right now. A 4th, like, Dragon Age game? Is that what you mean? I lifted the windshield and hurl it somewhere. I hear the sound of glass shattering. I found a microwave. I rush back to the scavengers to report my find. It's my first big find of the day. Oh, was that sound you, Sayoko? Yes, the microwave was shielded by a windshield, so I threw it into the wind. I feel like forcing a laugh, so it comes out more like a spasm. The men try to say something, but it looks like they're speechless, so I can't help but groan. I'm just not good with this kind of stuff. I feel like I've felt this way before. Several times even. Have I never tried to improve? Or am I just unable to? I feel like it's too late for me to even know at this point. Once the trucks fill with buckets of garbage, or rather, I suppose I should call them resources now, we make several stops in the outskirts of town. Scavenger offices and workshops, I assume. Today was the best. Thanks, miss. You're welcome. So what do you say, you two? Want to work with us? It's tough work, but we're happy to have you on board if you want. Sorry, but I don't think I'm cut out for this. My apologies. Thank you for your time. I see. It feels like they already knew what my answer would be, but they had to pretend they didn't. They have to uphold a pre-established harmony, I suppose. So, what about you, miss? Join us. We can play I Spy as we collect garbage. I bet she's also gonna say no. Hey, cut it out. It's her decision. I'm a little nervous. I'm sure Yoru is all for it. And if she joins them, that means our relationship will change, which is what I thought I wanted. But now I'm not so sure. I take a deep breath and look at Yoru from the side. If Sayoko's not in, then neither am I. Yoru? I have to say something. I want to object. I want to tell her that she's making the wrong decision. I'm sorry. Yoru apologizes. But for what? Why? I just don't know. I don't understand. Are you sure? Yeah, I agree. Are you sure? Hmm? Quiet down, you. Sorry, but I made up my mind. I'll come visit. Be sure to turn the heater on. And with that, Yoru starts walking. She grabs my wrist with surprising force coming from her slender arm. I manage to keep up with her despite stumbling a bit. Sayoko, the night's still young, so why don't we go to visit Mrs. Pacifica's house? We'll have to report to her after all. I nod my head vaguely, perhaps because I'm considering suggesting one more time that Yoru could work there. But I'm sure she has no intention of doing that, so there's no point in saying anything about it. You were so good at that job. You looked like you were having so much fun. Why did you reject their offer? I don't get it. I end up saying something vague instead. You should apologize to Pacifica when we see her, huh? I guess so. In the end, I don't say what I wanted. But I think this is what we're gonna wrap up for today. I think this is what we're gonna wrap up. I know it just saved where I was, but I'm gonna save in a separate one anyway. Because yeah, I can't really keep going for longer than like my minimum time of stream when I have to read so much. It's kind of exhausting to do for a good while. Yes, it's the 4th Dragon Age game. I mean, you never know. It could be just as good, if not better. I don't know. Well, you never know, you know? You never know, you know? Wait. I was like, is that a cat? No, it's not. It's the blanket. It's a blanket. But yeah, I am really enjoying this game though. And again, I'm not used to playing I'm not really used to playing visual novels, not on or off stream. So it's a nice change, I have to say. I am enjoying it. Could be, but this game wasn't making for a very long time. I see. Well, maybe it will be really good then, because they've been working on it for a while. I don't know. But yeah, so for those of you who don't know, for the time being, I actually have a set schedule when it comes to... Well, I've had a set schedule when it comes to the days and the time that I work. Well, that too, but I mean stream. But now I also have a set schedule for what games I'm gonna play which days. So, on Tuesday I play Baldur's Gate. On Thursday I'm playing this game. On Friday I also play Baldur's Gate. And on Sunday, I am currently playing a Metroidvania called Cookie Cutter, which is a very, you could say, visceral and violent Metroidvania. But it's, yeah, I started it on Sunday, and it's really, I really enjoy it. So we're gonna be playing all those games until we finish any of them, and then that will be replaced with a different one. Or I will probably maybe just play more Baldur's Gate on that day. I don't know. I feel like having 2 days a week where I play Baldur's Gate is not enough, maybe, but I also know that it's probably for the best as well. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, the game that we play now has... Well, we're in chapter 3, and I think it's 5 chapters, or maybe like 2 more streams, and then it will be done. I don't know. I don't know. This was a very visual novel, no choices. No, there's no choices in this game. From what I've seen on Steam. I think that's the point, that it's supposed to not have any like stressful elements to it, like decision making, you know, or anything like that. Is it a very cookie cutter game? Not really. You'd think so, but not really. Whatever you want to play. Oh, thank you so much, Blues. I appreciate that. It's really sweet of you to say. But yeah, I'm gonna be back again tomorrow, where I'm gonna be playing more Baldur's Gate 3. Also, I feel like I need to play it more I just need something to relax with. But also I got a new GPU that I installed on Saturday. That was a dono goal that I had going for a while on my stream. And I'm probably gonna try out Black Desert, because that is like the heaviest game that I've been playing for a while. And I want to try to see how that runs with my new GPU on maximum settings. I'm really curious to see how that goes. Have you played Dragon's Dogma before? No. But I have been asked if I'm going to be playing the new one. And I said as long as I don't need to play the first one, I might do that, but my friend Rods, he's currently playing Dragon's Dogma, the first one, on stream. And yeah, we rated him on Tuesday while he was playing that. But yeah, Black Desert is I'm not a typical MMO player, but I do, like, I played a few here and there, but it's not like I try out the first or the newest MMO that comes out every time. But Black Desert is the only one that I keep coming back to. It's like, you know how some games just feel like home? And when it's an MMO, it's kind of nice because you don't have to, like, you don't have to do anything. You know what I mean? It's like, you can just play very casually when it's not very story based and everything. So it's like you're just visiting a second home in a way. Black Desert, it is. Wait, so what class do you is your main? I've switched a few times. I've had like 3 different mains. Maybe 3.5, because I haven't played since January last year, and then I tried again in like June, I think. But I was like, I didn't really have the motivation to pick it back up again. But I remember my first main was a witch. And then my second main, which has been like the one that I've had for the longest, was Mystic. And yeah, I know a lot of people like complained about Mystics because they were so easy to fight with and they were so OP and everything. I don't like PvP, so I don't care about that stuff, but it just felt nice. It was so fluid. The combat as a Mystic is so satisfying because it's so fluid and nice and it looks so cool. It's just, I don't know, I just really enjoy it. But then I tried out Corsair, so that was my main then, and then I tried both Meigu and Meiwa. No, not Meiwa. What is the sister class? I forgot. Sorceress. Sorceress is also fun. Sorceress is also fun. I keep going on about this on stream so often, but my favorite weapon in any type of game is a scythe. Scythes are so satisfying. So I totally get it. Sorceress is so cool. I also tried that for a while as well. Yeah. I miss Black Desert. It just feels like home. I don't know. It just does. But yeah, we're gonna raid out. He's back from the BR back screen now. So let us. I've started calling him Britchard because he's from England, so I just call him Britchard sometimes. But yeah, we have the raid message is here, the subbed one, the sub one, and if you're not subbed, here's the second one. So copy which one you want to use or which one works for you. You know, someone who would agree with me about the scythes being so cool You just like being dark and edgy at times. I mean, that's also understandable. I just love a good scythe. It's just that's what I did in Elden Ring too. When I found the winged scythe in my first playthrough, I was like, I'm gonna create a new playthrough just so I can have this as a main weapon, and I did. It's so cool. It's so cool. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. We're gonna be back again tomorrow. We're gonna be continuing Baldur's Gate 3. Hopefully continue the whole Grove questline, maybe. I'm gonna probably be streaming for a little bit longer because it's Friday. But it's my usual time. Then I start as well. So I'll see you then. Have a good rest of your Thursday. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.